Hello and welcome to day 2 of the FIDE World Rapid Team Championship. My name is Fiona Steil-Anthony and I'm delighted to be joined yesterday, today and throughout this entire event by Grandmaster Jon Ludwig. Hammer Jon Ludwig, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm excited about today's games. I think today we're going to get all the top matchups. This match, they're playing against the third-ranked team, Malcolm's mates from England. I think we're going to get the match against the dreaded the dreaded what's their face
Hexamind.
Hexamind team, and also the current leaders of the competition, Indian MGD1. So I think we're going to see all the top matches today, and it makes today the most exciting day.
Today is day 2 of 3. It's a 12-round Swiss, which means the teams played 4 rounds yesterday. They will play 4 rounds today. So if you were here yesterday, the schedule is the exact same. There is a game starting every 1 hour and 40 minutes, and tomorrow is the last day of the rapid event. After that, on Saturday, Sunday, we will get 2 days of Blitz, which will surely be fun as well. But for now, let's focus on the game at hand. We see the lineup there of both Hikaru's team, WR Chess team, who yesterday started with 3 wins and they were held to a draw in the final match of the day. As Jon Ludwig already mentioned, they are playing Malcolm's mates, and we have a big matchup for Hikaru as he plays the legend, Michael Adams.
Actually, second game in a row here, Hikaru is playing someone I worked with.
Really?
Hikaru got into some trouble against Pavel Elyanov with the black pieces in round 3. Elyanov was a second to Magnus Carlsen in his match against Vishy Anand in Chennai 2013. But Mickey, he was a second for the 2014 match against Anand in Sochi.
I don't think I even realized that either. I didn't realize, or I forgot.
Well, he's quite good at what he does, and Mickey has, well, his level has dropped somewhat, but it feels like he's just enjoying chess at this moment. He's playing all the like senior chess championships and winning a lot and just having fun with it.
For sure, Mickey and his wife Tara always traveling to some nice tournaments. I'm always surprised. I last saw him at the FNCL in early May, and it's kind of this rundown hotel in the middle of nowhere. So I'm always surprised to see Mickey there, because usually he picks his tournaments quite well these days. Mickey, I was just actually looking into his results from yesterday. During the last round, we were explaining why Hikaru was sitting out to avoid the dreaded triple black in a row. Mickey played 3 games yesterday and he had all whites. So today, his first black game of the competition. He scored 2.5 out of 3 yesterday, beating 2 lower weighted IMs and making a draw against Anish Giri in round 4. So a big game. You were talking yesterday about how it will be nice to see Hikaru have some more whites today. So that is exactly what we are starting with. And what do you expect from this one as we see the players at the board and Hikaru laughing away at probably Malcolm, actually, I imagine, the man on the far right. Malcolm's mates, I assume, is named after Malcolm Payne, who's done so much for English chess throughout the years. Hikaru has made no secret that playing at the London Chess Classic, I think that was his favorite tournament for many, many years. Malcolm was the tournament director for that. So I think it is with Malcolm that the players were sharing a laugh. Sorry, Hammer, I asked you a question at the start of my ramble, but I've already forgotten.
I think maybe I answered it. I don't remember anymore.
I think something about the game. What do you expect?
Well, what I will say is that this team, Malcolm's mates, they have actually had quite a poor start to the tournament because their top 2 players, Gawain Jones and Luke McShane, have had an absolutely horrendous start. Gawain Jones made up for it when he beat Levon Aronian in the final game yesterday. That was after having lost 3 games in a row before that. And the main
Levon
reason...
Aronian of Hexamind, who Malcolm's mates took down.
It must be said that most of the points for this Malcolm's Mate team has been scored on the 6th board. Their under 2,000, never being rated over 2,000 player has won every single game they've played. So they are definitely a team that's seeking to get an advantage from the women's and the under 2,000 board. And then they have strong players on the rest as well. It's just that their other strong players haven't been performing, with the exception of Mickey Adams, who scored a sensible 2.5 out of 3.
Sensible. Yeah, I mean, Malcolm's mates, a very experienced team. We have Gawain Jones, who we talked about already, Nikita Vityugov, who now lives in and represents England, Mickey Adams, Ivan Šarić, former European champion, Irina Bulmaga, another very strong and experienced player. And then, as you mentioned, this amateur board player, Alfred Soulier, who, even though I've played the differential for, I don't know, 15 years, never heard of him, so maybe at some point.
He's sitting there with a rating north of 2,000, Fiona.
He's sitting where with a rating north of 2,000?
Well, on
yeah. What the hell?
I'm Googling.
I hadn't even realized. I'm also Googling.
Okay, so this is a 14-year-old kid who just crossed the 2,000 mark in May. So I guess the cutoff for when your rating had to be below 2,000 was in January or something. And then he has, after that fact, gained rating. So
a good signing.
Yeah, very good signing.
And we have liftoff. Liftoff, whatever that means.
The English opening from Hikaru against the English team.
A touch of humor. I like it. Actually, Hammer, well, it's not the time nor place, but one day you'll have to tell us the story of Magnus playing the Trompovsky in round 1 of the New York match against Karyakin. What was all the juice from behind the scenes?
What behind the scenes? I was doing commentary.
Oh, you weren't on that team that year. Ah, you probably still have some juice.
I have no juice.
No juice. Okay. Okay. Well, how is this English? It is developing. I was gonna say slowly, but Hikaru grabbing some space on the queen side.
Yeah. No, it's a very interesting setup. Basically, Hikaru played this move A3 very early on in the game, basically trying to discourage the bishop developing to some of these normal squares on the board. But that means instead, Mickey Adams, he went for the bishop development on the opposite side, and he's trying to argue that this expansion on the queen side is less important now that Black has been able to kind of focus their attention on the opposite side of the board. Very interesting opening so far. Hikaru is not close to getting castled, which means that we probably don't want any sort of opening up in the center of the board. But other than that, reasonably sensible play from both sides.
Yeah, and I see Tatsnog is saying Magnus against Karyakin was before the Trump era, and then saying, never mind, yeah, time goes by slowly when Trump... Oh, no, okay, let's not... Sometimes, Hammer, I have a little problem. Sometimes I speak before I think. So, yeah, 92.
I've noticed, yeah.
Mickey going into the tank for the first time. Well, not a long tank. As he captures on b4 and makes the trade after rooks on the a file.
Yeah, so the tension between the pawns, that was, in to some extent, this tension was to Black's advantage because it was Black who could always make the decision to trade at the opportune moment. So Hikaru is going to be reasonably happy that the trade happened early on, and so that he doesn't have to always consider, okay, what if he captures now? What if he captures now? To always have that in the back of his mind. Though the idea of making the early trade was to just target the pawn immediately afterwards. And so now Hikaru is going to have to deal with this threat. If he pushes forward, the knight will move in towards the center of the board, which probably you don't want to allow. The knight is rather well placed here. So Hikaru instead protects the pawn that was under attack, using his bishop for that task.
And tell me, Hammer, the fact that we have the queen and the bishop aligned on the long diagonal, can we hope to ever put some pressure down towards g7?
Well, I think we already are. I think a move that Black would like to play here is pushing the pawn forward in the middle, hoping that a trade here allows the other Black knight to come in and make threats in conjunction with the knight on the edge. But the pushing forward in the center is basically never going to be possible now. Considering that there's so many pieces pressuring Black's pawn in the center. So by having this this coordination with the queen and bishop, we're essentially preventing Black from advancing through the middle, which would be the scariest plan, considering that we haven't gotten our king to safety. So Hikaru now gets to castle his king because Black isn't able to exploit White's lack of development, because we have that pressure avoiding and opening up of the middle. And Hikaru has a nice position because he has rather good control in towards these most central squares on the board.
Hikaru's last move, bishop e2, came very quickly. He is getting ready to castle on the next move. Meanwhile, looking at Black, I mean, if the d5 break is impossible, is there another break you want to look at? Is c5 ever a consideration, or are you happy as Black to keep the pawn structure as is?
I mean, maybe you're probably going to want to have more pawns influencing the middle of the board. So you're going to want to push this f pawn forward, but then your knight is blocking the pawn's path. And then it becomes tedious, because if that's the case, maybe you got to move your knight away so that you make space for your pawn afterwards. But then, you know, your knight is blocking your bishop. This knight is on the edge of the board. You haven't really gotten your pieces into the game the way you were hoping.
At least we see one additional idea behind putting the queen on e7. Once f5 is pushed, we can see that the queen becomes a defender of the bishop on g7, thus working a tiny bit against the pressure. But Mickey actually goes for that c5 break immediately. And now, well, the pawn structure changes drastically. If you're Hikaru, I guess you have three choices. You can either defend the pawn on b4, you can push it, or you can take...
Well, let's just rule one of those out immediately, Fiona.
Defending?
You cannot defend this pawn. If your queen
have
moves...
to give up your bishop.
Of course. If you defend it, Black captures, and the only way to not lose a pawn is giving up one of your two bishops. And that is just not happening. So we'll limit the choices to moving this pawn away.
Yeah, b5. I was just gonna say b5 looks very instinctive to me, just grabbing more space on the queen side, kicking the knight back. Hammer, we got a really nice comment in the chat from Widget10. Took me 1 second to actually get it, but you know, early start to the day. Fiona and Hammer are a pair that can beat Three of a Kind. I mean, Hikaru always likes the poker references, so surely he would approve. Thank you very much, Widget. That's very
So
kind.
do you want to explain it? Because I don't get it.
I mean, in poker, Three of a Kind beats a pair, right?
Yeah.
But we are a pair that would beat Three of a Kind because we're so good.
But three of Hikaru, are you saying they would
No, three of
us?
he means we are a pair. It has nothing to do with Hikaru. I was just saying, since it's a poker
Three
reference.
of one.
Three of a Kind
Three
is
Hikarus
just,
would still be us.
Three of a Kind is just when you have in poker, like you have, let's say, 5-5, and there's a 5 lying on the table, then you have Three of a Kind.
No, but for the thing to make sense, you would have to compare it to having three of one commentator as opposed to having a pair of. No,
That's not how I read it.
okay. a bit literal.
Just Hammer being Hammer. Which was a nice. Let's just take the compliment and move on.
Yeah, that's probably what I should have done.
Okay, so after b5, the knight dropped back and Hikaru finally got castled. So I would say that's sort of, we are entering the middle game shenanigans now. And the
look at
does
this.
not approve.
Question mark on the board, and it's very easy to understand why. The pawn moving forward means the pawn is no longer protected by the black bishop. And if the queen moves in, there's no way of defending the pawn on b. Oh, actually, there is a way of defending the pawn. You can move the knight forward, opening up an attack from the black queen on the white queen, and in addition, opening up an attack on the white bishop. Oh, so this is planned. This was no accident. But after the queen trade, Engine says better for white, and the reason must be there's a trick here. There's a trick where you can sacrifice your knight. No, because then the rook gets. I'm confused, Fiona. This looks. Oh my gosh, Fiona! Knight takes pawn. Just one move earlier than what I said, and then if pawn takes back, then the rook comes in, attacking both the bishop and the knight. The rook has to protect the bishop, but then the white bishop comes in, forcing the rook away, which again leaves the bishop undefended. Oh, that is very advanced. So Mickey Adams saw the move, queen to a7. He felt that he had a defensive plan against it. Hikaru saw the same thing, so he decided not to go for a queen trade. But as it turns out, there was an amazing trick in the position where the knight could sacrifice itself against the two central black pawns, which would have been very, very good for Hikaru. I kind of forgive both players for not seeing that in a rapid time control game. That was very advanced.
Very advanced, a very nice line, but as you say, I think maybe in classical you would stop for longer, but here it feels like, okay, well, we both, if you're black, you're like, well, I have this knight d5 resource. If you're white, you're like, well, why did he allow this? Oh, because he has the knight d5 resource, and then you just move on to look for something else. The way the game is developing now, I mean, there are no more tactical opportunities for now, at least, like the one we just saw, but I still like Hikaru's position. It feels like b6 will be a long-term weakness. Black has not gotten any closer to bringing a pawn maybe to f5, so still like Hikaru's position.
I'm not convinced. This is reminding me very much of a game I played when I was a kid against Mikhail Gurovich. Is he dead?
No.
I haven't seen him in a while.
He literally played Limburg Open last week.
Okay.
And did quite well.
Anyway, In that game, he had the white pieces and he kind of destroyed me. It was similar to this. Hikaru right now, he's trying to make a trade of the bishops.
I mean, the man is 66.
Really?
Yeah.
I played him when I was like 16 and he seemed old at that point. But
No,
I mean,
he was old. He was 46.
I mean, well, now that I'm 35, I don't think 46 is much of an age.
Anyway, Mikhail Goverovich taught you a bit of a positional lesson.
Yes, he did. So I know that this is scarier for black than it looks, but I don't think it looks very scary. It's my point.
You're saying black is just... Does black even still want to play f5, or is black happy
No,
just
black.
to sit and be solid?
So after the developments, especially when you're trying to shut down the queen side, creating this blockade of the pawns, neither player being able to advance their pawns, you're not looking at kind of advancing your pawns against the opponent's king. Basically, often when you do those pawn advances against the opponent's king, you need to have a rook behind to create some of that pressure. But as we can see, the rooks are leaving the board. We're not going to have the rooks involved. So now it's rather, like you said, it's about the pawn on b6. White is going to try to control this file on the edge of the board. They're going to use the bishop trade here as a part of that plan, because the bishop is controlling some very important light squares, and notice how all the black pawns are on dark squares. So by eliminating the light squared bishop, you can gain control of a lot of important squares that the black pawns are unable to cover. But if black could be able to push the pawn forward in the center, then probably black is completely fine. So you always want to keep this pressure in towards that central pawn, because that is part of the reason the advance in the center is never really possible.
I have a very important question. You're big, but led me to think, did you leave us without a single however yesterday?
I don't know. I don't keep count. You guys keep count.
Yeah, and I don't recall. And I don't recall the chat going wild. And it isn't until now that I realized we've been deprived.
What can I say? I am a very unpredictable man.
That you are. Hammer, well, we see the trade here on f3. Shall we do a very quick tour of what's happening elsewhere in the match to get an idea of how things are looking?
Yeah, you're talking too slow. I'm just going to jump ahead and take a look. Gawain Jones has the two bishops. He also has an open file towards the white king, but Alireza has the two pawns in the center of the board. Super interesting position. Both of these players are very, very attacking minded. But I feel like Gawain is doing more of the attacking than Alireza is. Signified here by Alireza actually playing a defensive move for the first time in his life. So I'm kind of liking Gawain's chances there.
Let's
but Gawain, of course,
too.
On paper, not as strong as Alireza. Maxim has an equal endgame, looks like. Maybe Maxim is very slightly better, but Vityugov is such a strong player, he shouldn't lose that game. So probable draw.
We also heard from Hikaru himself yesterday that when he asked their captain Gustafsson before that match, what do you want me to do with black? It seems like in general, they are happy to keep it solid with black as a general strategy.
shocking that Gustafsson recommends playing draws. Unbelievable.
Unheard of. On board 4, Wesley So against Ivan Šarić.
Also looking quite drawish. Maybe very slightly better for white because white is able to push the pawn up to g5. This is a similar pawn formation to what Hikaru had against Pavel Elyanov in the third round yesterday, where Elyanov had a similar plan to push the pawn up and got a slightly better position. So, but should be drawish. We need some points though. Because this English team is strong on the bottom 2 boards. Fortunately, we have Hu Yifan out of retirement to grab some points here. Looks very interesting. Kings on opposite sides of the board. Black has an open file for the rook down the edge of the board. Hu Yifan has the 2 bishops. That can be a long-term advantage. But on the other hand, if this ends up being an attacking game very quickly here, the long-term value of the bishops may not be that significant. Very unclear game here. And then we have the 14-year-old Alfred Soulier, the under 2000 board with a rating over 2000. And white has an advantage here. Black has an isolated pawn in the middle, a pawn that cannot be protected by other pawns. And white also has the 2 bishops pointing in against some of black's most valuable pieces.
As we were concluding, the game between MVL and Vityugov actually ended in a draw already. So the first result is in. Let's go back to Hikaru against Adams now.
Yeah, we've had the trade between the bishops like we predicted. Big question now for Hikaru as black is getting ready to push the pawn forward in the middle. Do you want to allow that or not? There are pros and cons. Number one, if the pawn pushes forward, that can be advantageous for white because after the trade, you get access to a new square for your knight that you wouldn't otherwise have. The con is that it kind of frees up more space for the black pieces in the middle.
I'm also a little bit worried here about the long-term weakness of the pawn on b5, which is now isolated, and I mean the pawn on d3 as well. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the trade-off here. I mean, I wouldn't mind playing black here. I don't think.
Well, if Hikaru doesn't like that, he could play pawn to e4. Previously, this wouldn't really be even a consideration because then he would be blocking in his own bishop on the light squares. But seeing as how he traded off the light squared bishops, there is an argument to be made for putting all the pawns on the light squares thereafter. The problem, of course, being that it completely closes up the position, making a breakthrough very difficult moving forward. So Hikaru plays knight to e4, threatening the pawn on d6, basically provoking that pawn to push forward. So Hikaru is very clear in his mind, getting this trade with the pawns in the center, he believes to be favorable for him, and he's willing to spend some maneuvering time to make it happen.
But look at the computer move, f5, and if you take the pawn on d6, suddenly the knight is trapped.
Well, the knight can capture.
Yeah, but queen. Why is queen b8 and not queen? Oh, because the
your rook is under attack.
So why is this?
So the queen can attack the knight, but then we trade the rooks to make sure that the queen is no longer attacking the knight. But the argument the computer is making that the knight has no escape still, and the queen will just return from where it came to trap the knight. That seems very tricky to figure out. And Mickey Adams, instead, he's happy to just go along with Hikaru's plan. Hikaru's wasting some time here, allowing the pawn to be d5 pawn break, because Hikaru's going to have to re-maneuver this knight over to the c4 square. And yeah, so basically both players got it the way they wanted. Hikaru provoked the pawn to move forward, allowing him to trade in the center, which in turn opens up a very nice placement for his knight.
Going straight for the position I said I wouldn't mind playing as black, but who are you gonna believe? Hikaru or me? Jury's still out. I mean, Hikaru, I guess, does he have to make the trade on A8? Should he make the trade on A8?
Well, he has to make the trade between the pawns. But then the question is, should he make the trade between the pawns before or after he makes the trade of rooks? But let's just say this knight is not retreating, allowing the pawn to continue forward and trapping the bishop.
Am I Goss? Is this the first game? Yes, this is the first game of the day, the first of 4. And the game will start in a 1 hour 40. What's the word?
I'm going to take a quick look at one of the other teams' matches because we have rather an exciting matchup between Arjun Erigaisi and Vishy Anand. Now, this is Arjun, the new generation. He is currently the highest rated Indian player, barely in front of world champion Gukesh, at least in classical time controls. And so when the new talents are facing the old master, I feel like that often gets attention in the Indian press. Here, it looks to me like Erigaisi is sacrificing a pawn in the center of the board. Vishy has so much pressure against this pawn. But on the other hand, there are some ideas of bringing the queen up in the center and attacking the black king. Very interesting matchup.
Situation, just before we leave, if you look at the time situation here, I think it is clear that players like Arjun, the young up-and-coming generation, that they have tremendous respect for Vishy, and I think this is a game where they will double and triple check everything more than they usually do. Is anything happening in the match, Hikaru's match, or should we go just back to
Hikaru? Let's go to Hikaru's game, because somehow Hikaru jumped into the danger zone with his knight attacking the queen. The queen moves, then there's a trade in the corner, and then he trades in the center. But his idea behind this was that he actually found a shortcut to getting his knight to the optimal c4 square. The problem with this is that now Mickey had the ability to undermine the pawn on d3, attack that pawn, but the pawn is so crucial to defend the knight. And this was all made possible by the fact that the black knight was actually playing a very big role in keeping the bishop protected in front of the black king. So a lot of trades happened there. Hikaru still has a tremendously well-placed knight, exerting pressure on the most backward black pawn on the left side. But for the moment, a knight is there to keep it protected.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't really see Mickey losing this. We'll come back, of course, to find out. But Hammer, let's do a quick tour of boards 5 and 6, where things are not looking good for WRHS.
Vadim on board 6, he has been provoked into rushing the pawn in front of his own king 2 steps forward. Computer is not unhappy about that. Computer is saying the position...
last move before King H1 was there, because the bar was way upper.
Yeah, Computer wanted White to start an attack trying to exploit this expansion immediately, but it doesn't really change the general feel of the game, which is that Black has some very clear weaknesses, and regardless of whether the computer says winning for White or not, it definitely means Black's position is more difficult to handle. And you were saying also on board 5, Hu Yifan has the 2 bishops working together, but the point I made when we stopped by is that the bishops are very good long-term pieces, and considering that the kings are on opposite sides of the board, we're not sure that the game will progress to an end game where the bishops can show their strengths, and instead the pressure levied by the black rook on the edge of the board, together with all this pressure against one of the white pawns in front of white's king, is causing a lot of concern. And if the white pawn continues further forward, the knight will jump in to the f4 square, where it will be just a tremendous attacking piece.
Yeah, so things not looking great on the bottom two boards. Quick look at Alireza, maybe?
Very complicated game between Alireza and Dwayne Jones. I would probably prefer black, but the black king has less pawn shelter than the white king. And also Alireza is way behind on time,
which is very rare to see. Also, I
usually
feel like
means that he's not too happy about his position.
Yeah, and I think Wayne really thrives in these sorts of positions. So I think he'll be very, very happy now playing a position he enjoys, and up almost 5 minutes on the clock. The last game we haven't updated.
I just want to say, Fiona, that the recommendation now is bishop to e4, and that's a tremendously difficult move to find, I think, because you're kind of voluntarily putting your bishop on the same file as the rook and queen pointing in. But maybe he can find it by method of elimination, because he wants to preserve his two bishops, and if he goes for the trade, the rook will attack the queen and the knight will attack the pawn.
I mean, also, you don't really want to line the bishop and the queen, but on the other hand, I'd rather there was a protector in between the rook and my queen, so not unfindable, but we'll find out. And well, nothing much has changed in Hikaru's game, so quick update on Saric. So
yeah, Saric very slightly better here because of the black king having worse shelter than the white king. The white king has its pawns close to it, while the black pawns are advancing, probably also because Wesley understands that the situation in the match kind of provokes him into taking some risks and trying to advance his pawns in an effort to win the game. What is certain, the way the games are developing, Hikaru needs to win. Hikaru needs to win this game because his team is in trouble elsewhere. And I think Hikaru has good chances to win. I think this looks good for him. I know the computer is saying equal, but I think this knight is a tremendous piece. It's levying that constant pressure on the black pawn, forcing the black knight to be in a defensive position. And Hikaru also has more pawns around his king than the black king, which means that Hikaru should have some potential of advancing pawns on the side to open up in front of black's king. So despite the computer evaluation, I feel like this should still be decent chances for Hikaru.
I mean, chat was saying Hikaru wins these Entitled Tuesday all the time. There is a big difference between winning this Entitled Tuesday and right here, though. It is that Entitled Tuesday, when these positions arise, the opponents are usually down to their final seconds and playing on a 1 second increment. Here, Mickey Adams still has 5 minutes and he gets a 10-second increment per move. So not quite.
But the argument I made was from a chess standpoint, not from a time standpoint.
Yeah. No, I was just arguing with chat's point of view. So I think, like you were saying, that if Hikaru is going to win this, it's not going to be one of those TT, time scrambles where something happens. No, he will actually go and get the win on the board here. I think he can only do it with a bit of help from Mickey. Mickey will have to step a foot wrong at some point for Hikaru to win this.
That's true for every chess game. When you and I play, that's true. But it's also very likely to happen because especially when one position is easier to play than for the opponent. Mistakes happen.
Ingal is asking, if you get the opportunity, can you ask Hikaru why Huyi Fan's opponent refused to shake hands? I didn't see it. But I believe you, and I think I have the answer. I mean, I don't know why Hikaru would know. Irina is not on his team, would be a bit. But Irina has been very outspoken on the Russia-Ukraine war, and Hu Yifan has played in the Karyakin tournament. So if you ask me, that without a doubt in my mind is the reason. So, Hammer, what is the plan to convert this endgame?
Well, I think it's a good first step here from Hikaru, putting pressure on the knight that's holding everything together. But I do think the Black Queen is so annoying that at some point we are gonna have to accept a queen trade. So I feel like now something like knight back, knight attacking the queen. The queen needs to protect the knight. And then if a queen trade is offered, black should probably go for the queen trade. And then the question is, can you win this?
Do you think in general a queen trade brings us closer to the desired result, which is a win, or?
I'm not sure. I think if Hikaru felt that was advantageous for him, I think he would have gone for the queen trade earlier. I think Hikaru's just keeping his options open, and he's not going to be unhappy about a queen trade, but he wants to kind of try some other plans first in order to get his opponent a bit lower on time.
I was just gonna say that I think that is the key, and we've seen Hikaru use this strategy time and time again of trying to get his opponents as low on the clock as possible before making any committal decisions. We saw it most recently in his game against Gukash at Norwich Chess, where we were all screaming for H5 to be played, but it took a long time. So yeah, right now, but suddenly only one move here for Mickey, and it isn't it?
Mickey doesn't find it. For some reason, the only move was to go here when you put pressure on both the knight and the pawn at the same time. Hikaru now holds an objective advantage in addition to having what I thought was at least a human advantage for some time already. The recommended move, knight to d6. If Hikaru takes the knight, he also loses his own attacking knight. So he's not necessarily going to be super eager to go for that trade. Instead, the recommendation is moving the knight forward, which then threatens to move further forward, check against the king, and then queen takes the knight. Tricky position, but tricky position is basically what you're hoping for as your opponent gets low on time.
And Hammer, it looks like you are gonna be just right. I mean, this took way less time than I anticipated for Hikaru to suddenly put Mickey in a very, very tough spot. Knight e5 here, the only move to not lose on the spot.
Yeah, if knight to f6, which is the most logical move, then there's no good defense to the queen coming in, working together with the knight against the f7 pawn. So you need to go knight to e5 just to be able to have that protection on f7. But then your knight feels so loose because the knight is only defended by the queen. If your queen can get forced out of position in any way, you're going to be in trouble. And look at I'm just going to do the computer recommendation right now. Knight takes on f7, exploiting the fact that if the king takes, the queen is on the king's diagonal. The knight comes in, check on the king, threat on the knight. The knight cannot take the knight because of that queen pointing at the black king. And Hikaru would win this game. I think from a practical point of view, Hikaru's gonna definitely win now.
Oh dear me, I was just gonna say things are looking better on boards 5 and 6, but we just saw two blunders at the same time on both boards. Let's quickly see.
That's a relay error.
Oh, that's a relay error. Do we also have a relay?
She played rook f2 for sure.
Relay
F3.
error on the bottom board as well?
No.
No, that's
But the
just a
recommended
blunder.
move is a sacrifice that is very difficult to find.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, but unfortunately, moving the queen out of the way also very good. The bishop and queen working together against the f7 pawn. You're also going to get a trade here between the pawns, which will open up for the white rook to get involved as well. Vadim is going to have to take the bishop. I don't see any other choice. And now pawn takes pawn is the only winning move. That's a difficult one to find. Vadim could make a huge recovery for the team here.
Wow.
Alfred instead does capture the knight, which felt like the more natural choice under the circumstances. Black's king is poorly protected still. White also is up a pawn, but drawing chances exist. Bottom, though, down to just 10 seconds.
Well, this match is completely unclear now. Hikaru win still would be fantastic, but Mickey found knight e5, so it's not over just yet.
It cost Mickey a lot of time, though, to find that correct move. And he's going to have more difficult decisions ahead of him with only 1 minute and 25 seconds remaining.
By the way, Hammer, in a game that we looked at earlier, and later on we can go back there, but Vishy Anand beat Arjun Erigaisi, so that's a big, big result for the legends versus the youngsters. Let's go back to Hikaru.
Hikaru is trying to increase the pressure with his knights, trying to trade off one of the black defensive pieces. For some reason, the trade between the knights here is winning for Hikaru. I don't think that's super easy to understand. Knight back instead. Ooh, that's the recommended move, but you are a very brave soul if you're avoiding trades as your opponent is just increasing the pressure with the knights around your king. I'm predicting that Mickey trades the knights. Instead, it felt more human, but the problem is that you're I think maybe the king just moves up and takes the knight.
Good call there by you, Hammer. And yeah, king g3 looks like a simple move, but very effective in its threat.
We want to kick the knight out because the knight is protecting the heart of black's position. We don't want to push the knight, the pawn immediately, because then the knight comes in and starts a counterattack on our king. So that's why I was thinking maybe use the king instead.
I like your thinking. I was just looking at the match situation again. Right now, all the games are in the balance. But who you fan against? Irina Bulmaga. Let's have a quick look there because things have changed dramatically.
Yeah, Hu Yifan is definitely not losing this. It's a draw with correct play, but it seems a bit tricky to get a draw here with black. As black, you're just going to have to give a lot of checks and hope for the best.
I guess
probably
the problem
that's going
is,
to work out.
Yeah, because white probably can never block any checks with the bishop or the queen, because then black can safely recapture on b7. So I guess this will just be a draw. Maybe Hikaru is gonna be the hero for Team WRHS. All other games look in the balance. Rosenstein is suffering a bit. But yeah, if Hikaru can bring the full point here, that's gonna be a huge relief to his teammates who are still fighting elsewhere. Yeah, this Rosenstein is down a pawn in a queen endgame. That game is gonna last forever. Do you want to quickly check in with boards 1 and 4?
Let's do board 1, maybe. We're very close to a decisive move on Hikaru's board, so I don't want to be away from that for too long. Alireza is up a pawn, but his opponent has a pawn through the middle that's only 2 steps away from becoming a new queen. Both players are below 1 minute on the clock, so really anything can happen there.
So let's go back to Hikaru.
Great move from Hikaru. Hikaru is setting up a checkmate against the black king. He's by doing this, he's blocking his own queen's defenses towards his own pawn. This pawn can be captured now by the Black Knight, but Hikaru has seen that he can allow that capture to happen. He just sidesteps the check. If the knight moves back, then he gets to come in with this perfect coordination, the three pieces working together for a checkmate.
A question: what happens in that line after king g3? What happens if you take on g5?
Well, you lose your knight.
And queen e5?
It's check.
Oh, that answers my question.
Happy to help, Fiona.
Okay, so king g7 and knight f6 now is the clincher.
And now the queen once again defends. So now the knight no longer defends the pawn, but because the queen has taken over the defense of the other pawn in that calculation, Hikaru is going to get the win.
And I think this will be the last move we see in this game. There is no defense here for Mickey Adams. We see on the bottom board 5 that was a draw between Hu Yifan and Bulmaga. So Hikaru about to give his team the lead. Mickey decided to sacrifice the knight and will fight on a little bit. I think if it was an individual event, he would have resigned already. But Hikaru renews the checkmate threat, and this time there is no stopping it. So this one will be over. We're going
to jump to the exciting game happening now, which is the one between Gawain Jones and Alireza Firouzja. Computer says 0.0. They have the same amount of pawns, but the pawns are scattered all over the board. The white pawn can try and chase out the black bishop, a tremendously difficult situation to assess.
I mean, this is very much still a 3-result game. I see chat is liking Alireza's chances, but I mean, Gawain, it's really so difficult for both sides to play. Is there either of the players who can bail out with a draw? No, right? There's never going to be any perpetuals.
Okay, so Alireza is taking control of the f3 square, preparing to go pawn to f3, chasing away the black bishop. And that black bishop was a very important part of Gawain's setup. And the computer now feels Alireza has a winning position. If Alireza wins this, that will probably clinch it for the team.
Yeah, because on board 4, Wesley So is in a queen ending that, unless there is a big blunder, should just be a draw. Rosenstein is doing a great job of holding as well. So, but yeah, Alireza winning this would make us feel a lot better about this match. He's now doing a great job. But
when returns to the square his bishop was pushed away from earlier, inviting Alireza to capture the pawn, the bishop, because then the black pawns would actually look quite intimidating.
Alireza says, no, thank you. I'll just drop the queen back now. I'm threatening to take your bishop. And, well, we're going to see this pawn formation now.
Yeah, but Alireza got it under favorable circumstances because after pawn takes, because the queen and rook were no longer working together against the white king, the white rook could be used for attacking purposes instead of its defensive task. And that's why Gawain tried to go for the queen trade instead, but Alireza just says no, because now the black pawns do not manage to fix themselves.
Board 4 between Šarić and So has ended in a draw. So if Alireza wins this game, he clinches the match for WRHS team. But looks like Rosenstein is also holding on. So things are looking very, very good. But yeah, an Alireza win wins the match.
And that is the most important thing. We spoke to Hikaru yesterday. Do you care about the individual points? Is that a consideration the team is making? And Hikaru says, no, we just want to win the team matches. That's the most important thing.
We just saw the bar jump in the Rosenstein game. So an Alireza win becomes even more crucial now, but he is very close to achieving the desired result. We see him lean back in his chair. He knows this one is in the bag.
I'm going to put the Rosenstein game up since we have the other one on the live board in our graphic. There's a threat of checkmate, but the queen can get back. Not over just yet.
I mean, I would just pick up the pawn.
A queen trade would have been winning for black, I think, because the pawn was too far away from the white king.
Yeah, now, I mean, it's still going, maybe it's not even going to take that much work because the black king is in a mating net. The black queen will get tied down to f8 as it has to keep an eye on g7. Yeah, this one will probably...
Actually, I think it might be a suicide. No. I think maybe you can just move the queen over here and then move the king up. Basically, black runs out of moves. Oh, that's even better. Forcing the queen to move, and then you can go for the checkmating ideas. Very nice move.
But where is the checkmate if the king escapes?
Wow, okay.
You pick up f7 now.
Oh, that's a nice one. Very nice defensive attempt. Oh, that's beautiful. If the queen is captured, it's stalemate. And the queen is also threatening the pawn. And the white queen cannot protect the pawn because the white queen... So pawn to g5 was the only winning move there. And now you move the queen back.
But now simply queen h6 and it's over, right?
It's... I mean, you have some checks in from the side.
Yeah, that is true.
It's enough to make your opponent nervous.
That is true. With 10 seconds on the clock, for sure. And by the way, Alireza has just gotten the win, so the match is won regardless of the outcome here. But if white wins this one, it's going to be a win by the smallest of margins, 3.5, 2.5, and Hikaru and Alireza, the two Falcons, bringing the decisive wins here, as I think white here, Alfred Sulid, has done a fantastic job.
If Vadim somehow saves this, that will be the first time anyone has taken half a point off of the sixth board against these Malcolm mates.
I think we can.
Look at that. Look at the eval bar. Look at the eval bar.
But why is this a draw?
We can give a check here and take this pawn. We can get the f6 pawn.
Oh my goodness. But they will play this queen ending with a g pawn forever and ever and ever.
Should be very easy though.
I suggest, Hammer, that we go to the top match between MGD.
No, I'm overruling. I want to see if he gets the pawn. Then we can move.
Okay, well, that match will be done by then. So it looks like I'm...
Well, if the match was going to be done by then, that implies there was no excitement. Okay, well, Vadim found the move.
I'm still trying to figure out.
You'd rather watch someone trying to win with a knight and pawn up rather
than... Well, there were two games still going in the top match when I said it.
No.
Hammer, you're not gonna... What do you want? To watch a match that's already decided for them to play a queen ending for 200 moves?
But it's our team.
But you said, Hikaru said they only care about the match wins.
Fair enough. But yeah.
Okay, so that match, it took me so long to figure out here who of the two Indians was even playing for MGD and who was playing for Freedom. But the match ends in a 3-3 tie on board one. And with that, no team is perfect any longer. MGD were the only ones on a perfect score. And that also means that Hikaru's team is now in the joint lead. Hammer, do you see any games?
Well, there's Levon Aronian against Abdusattarov.
Oh,
That's a pretty spicy one.
That is a pretty spicy one.
Levon needs to win down a knight to tie the match. No.
Very unlikely.
Abdusaturov needs to win up a knight to tie the match. Never mind. Abdusaturov can equalize for the Uzbeki team.
Hammer, by the way, you were so invested in Rosenstein. After giving the check, he just didn't take the pawn after Queen G4.
Oh no.
Just didn't take the pawn. And now it's mate in 2, so that game is about to be over. That is a weird, weird blind spot from the button board. As we said, thankfully it didn't matter. I mean, imagine if that was the decisive game, you could capture the pawn. I don't even want to. Oof. Don't even want to think about that. So yeah, checkmate is on the board. And Nordibek Abdusatrov, is he gonna get the win? It looks like he will.
Yeah, it looks like he will, and that's very good news for the WR team, considering Hexamind was promoted by Hikaru yesterday as their most feared opponent. If
Actually,
the Uzbeki
Hammer,
team can stop them here, that would be very good.
we also have a big game between Boris Galfand and Richard Rapport, where Galfand needs to win to tie the match, but I don't think that is happening either, as he is down in exchange in that endgame. So we stay here, we see if Nordibek gets the conversion done. And elsewhere, so what do we have? Yeah, Galfand is not gonna win, which means that Kazchaz is going to beat Rishon Lezion on board 3. Hexamind, as you mentioned, well, in fact, this game is already over. The result is on chess results. Abdusatrov has won the game.
You're spoiling.
Well, I mean, there are literally no moves coming in. What do you want me to do?
Okay. Well, we could have waited for the result to be confirmed.
Okay.
But also, what do you think about them playing with a 5-minute delay and then not delaying the results on the result webpage?
Oh, they are not delaying chess results. I hadn't even thought of that. I was like, they are so fast.
You've been spoiling results for 24 hours.
Yeah, because I just thought that there is a relay issue. It never crossed my mind that it was a delay, not a relay issue. Now I'll know. Now I'll know. I genuinely, I mean, it sounds crazy, but actually hadn't crossed my mind. Germany and France beat the Spanish team on board 5. Turkish Airlines made a draw with Ashdod, and then we're already going down the ranks. I think the most important takeaway of this round is that Hikaru's team have won their match, and MGD, who were the leaders, have drawn Shy Dog, come on. Behave. I can't believe that got a snort laugh out of me. Got nothing out of Hammer. I thought it was good. This endgame is a draw. Alua Norman is gonna try for 50 moves, but I don't expect much to happen.
If she somehow can win this as white, there's a possibility that the rookies may manage to tie the night dance, because here black has very decent chances to win this, with the white rook being never mind. The white rook cannot move because then you lose the pawn, I was about to say, but the counterattack on the pawn in the center fixes that. It's a drawn result. Both the pawns will be captured. And that means the match is decided before we ever get to whatever this is. Oh, that they also made a draw. No, they didn't make a draw. It's just that they made 50 moves. Oh my god, they made 100 moves. So the arbiter is supposed to interject at move 135, and they're now at 120. Yeah, no, okay, it's fine.
She claimed probably. Anyway, or maybe also once Alina saw that board 6, or that once Alua saw that board 6 was a draw, she was like, okay, there is no more point in me playing this. And yeah, I think that concludes this round 5.
The standings
Yes,
right now.
Yeah.
WR chess team number 1 on 9 points, together with the Indian MGD1 and Generation XYZA.
Really? I mean, they were playing on board 9. That can't be right.
Okay, maybe I got it wrong.
Let me just see. Generation XY, before the round they had 5 points, so that's
okay, that's wrong somehow.
Yeah.
Okay, how about you tell me what the standings are then?
Well,
since you're the spoiler of results with alternate sources that's ahead of time.
Well, there are no ranking lists after round 5 yet, but since Team MGD made a draw, they are on 9. WR Chess Team are on 9. Freedom just lost to him. No, just made a draw.
It was a tie. Right? Yeah.
They are on 8 points. So only MGD1 and WR are on 9 points, which means they will face off in the next round.
Is it correct that Hexamind is on 7, 2 points behind us?
Did they just draw now? Yeah. So
I believe so.
That's correct. They're on 7.
So it's looking good, but as predicted before the round, we are going to have the big matchups today, which is natural. You play teams that have the same amount of points as you. On day 1, there's so many teams, so you don't really get the top matchups because first you have to kind of filter out the slightly weaker teams. But on day 2, that's when all the top teams play each other. And then on day 3, it's more about preserving your lead, playing teams you haven't played yet, who are maybe not the top teams, but challenging teams coming from below.
So if Hikaru plays on board 3 in the next round, he will most likely face David Anton. But yeah, that concludes our coverage of round 5. Much like yesterday, we get a long break now as round 6 only starts at 20 minutes before the hour, so 33 minutes from now. So we will play some. Oh, look at Galfand. Did Rapport really blunder? I had written that game off completely. Let's come back. Sorry, Jaren. I know we were all ready for the break. Wow. Now we have to see this. I mean, Galfand needed to win, and I had written it off somewhere around here.
So Rapport thinks he's a genius, allowing the pawn to become a new queen, because he's thinking, okay, if the pawn pushes forward, I have a checkmate against the white king. But he just completely forgets that this also opened up an attack against his rook. And so the rook gets captured, and then the pawn promotes, and Gelfand equalizes for his team.
Insanity. Richard Rapport, he started with 2 wins yesterday, but he's now lost 3 in a row. The man does not rate draws. So yeah, tough run for Hungary's top player. Okay, we are really ready now for the break. Enjoy the videos, and we'll see you in half an hour. Welcome back, everyone. It's round 6 of the World FIDE Team Rapid Championship, something like that. I always get the word order wrong. But
well, I mean, that's on them for making such a long name for the tournament, right?
just call it Rapid Team World something. I don't know. That probably wasn't great. Anyway, the next matchup is a critical one, as after 5 rounds, there are 2 teams in the shared lead. WR Chess Team, Hikaru's team, and MGD1, and they are facing off on top board. Hikaru actually gets a double white as MVL is sitting out this round, and he's playing Pentala Hari Krishna, a very strong and very experienced grandmaster from India Hammer.
Yeah, Hare Krishna is a tough nut to crack, but with the white pieces and with the confidence from the previous game, it's definitely doable for Hikaru, and the team I think are quite good favorites here. The big question is the game between Alireza Firouzja and Arjun Erigaisi. Erigaisi with the white pieces. He's already a feared attacking player. Having the white pieces probably makes him even scarier. And so that's going to be a key battle. Also worth noting, the Indian team's sixth board player, Tayanda, they have won all their games so far. So that is also a very, very tough matchup there.
5 out of 5, very impressive indeed. Currently performing at 2,710. Hammer is not convinced. Yeah, it's hard to calculate rating performances with perfect scores, but he will take it, I'm sure. I mean, assuming it is a he. Hikaru with white, we saw him play the English against Mickey Adams. Do you think he'll repeat that? Do you think he'll deviate?
Are there any Indian openings? I mean, basically every black opening is an Indian something. But with the white pieces, Hikaru may have to keep the jokes aside and go with a different opening. Because you assume he played the English on purpose against the English team, right?
Yeah, I think it was a little wink. I mean, I think that it had an influence. Hopefully we can ask him about it when he comes on. One of us has to remember to ask him. So yeah, this I expect he will mix it up. But I don't know, because for a tournament like this, there's not much time to do individual prep. So it could be as well that he's prepared the English for the entire event, or at least the rapid event. But we'll find out very shortly. As we can see Hikaru there on the right-hand side. He's again on board 2, which is very handy for us as we get a very clear view of his board. We know from Twitter that Chris Littlejohn is still with him in London. It's no surprise that Chris was in Stavanger. But oh, looks like we have a minute of silence. Maybe for the Indian plane crash? Is there anything else happen? Am I missing something? Anyway, we have liftoff. And we have mixed it up.
Yeah, E4 today from Hikaru. Pentala, he's going for a solid E5 king pawn from both players in response. Quick play, obviously, because they don't start with all that much time on the clock. And we see a Spanish opening on the board. Hikaru doing this early pawn to D3 just to keep the center pawns protected. And I believe Hikaru also played this at the Norway Chess Tournament 2 weeks ago in his game against Magnus Carlsen.
What did you say? Sorry, about Magnus?
This was the same opening Hikaru played with the white pieces against
Oh, at Norway.
Magnus in Stavanger.
Yeah, I was just sorry. I was sidetracked. I was thinking of my poor wording. Sorry about that, chat. That was not my intention. Yeah, and I was gonna say that Hari Krishna, well, he's a very strong all-round chess player, but he is a bit of an opening specialist. He was part of Gukash's team for the match against Ding Liren. He was also part of the team of Ju Van Jun, so he's currently a second of the two reigning world champions.
Talk about picking your horses.
I know, right? I know.
How do you get those gigs? I'm asking for a friend.
Maybe ask Hare Krishna. I mean, you have a Norwegian player who could fight for the world championship if he wanted to.
Yeah, that seems unlikely at this point. We've had a trade of pawns on this side of the board. That trade led to Hikaru's rook having an open file along the edge. So far, so good, I would say. Hare Krishna probably going to want to move his bishop into the middle of the board, trying to challenge the white bishop, which is currently pointed at the black king. Very strategic opening, maneuvering kind of game so far.
What is going to happen with the bishop from c1? What's the future of that bishop?
It's going to stay where it is. Because normally when you need to put the bishop into the game, it's because you need to create space for your rook to get into the middle. Here, the white rook has already opened up along the edge of the board, which means that we don't have that same pressure to get this bishop into the game. And what's interesting about these Spanish variations is that the white dark squared bishop, it often lacks a good purpose. So I guess you could move it up here, but I feel like there are other pieces we would rather prioritize getting into the game. And if you put the bishop in the middle here, it's going to stand in the way of the rook wanting to point down. So because black has control of some of these natural squares that the bishop would like to use on its diagonal, it usually just sits in its starting position and delays getting into the game until there's an opportunity that has opened up.
You talked about prioritizing other pieces developments. Which ones are there? Was maybe rook e1 as a move you want to make?
Rook e1, and typically you move this knight over to the king side. So you're often gonna if I just make some moves back and forth for black, you're going to want to have the knight over here. You're going to want to have the rook into the middle, and then you want to build up with your pawns through the center of the board. And this build up with the pawns is part of the reason why you want to get the knight over to the other side. What I don't know is how you're going to react to the black bishop trying to get a trade with the white bishop. And Hikaru, wow, he pushes up with his knight in the center. And one of the advantages of this knight move is that it somewhat discourages the bishop to e6 move. Well, I guess it doesn't really discourage it, but now at least we have time to go pawn to c3, which prevents some of the ideas with takes, and then the knights go grab the pawn in the center. This plan is not available now because the white pawn moved forward. And so if you compare here to if Hare Krishna had not played h6, if just bishop here immediately, then blocking the trade between the bishops with the knight would not have been such an impressive idea, considering that the pawn in the center gets into trouble. So I'm kind of liking this move. I'm liking that Hikaru kind of got ahead of black going for the bishop trade. And I think he's very slightly better.
So the question is how to recapture. I mean, instinctively, I would always recapture with the bishop because I don't want to stunt the bishop with my own pawn. But the fact that Hikaru is thinking at all, well, means that he must be considering pawn takes as well.
Yeah, the thing is with pawn takes now, if the knight could just move back, then you would never really consider that. But here, the knight only has two available squares, and one of those squares sees the knight being pushed out to the edge of the board. So I think the reason Hikaru is pausing here is because he sees that if pawn takes, it forces black to move into the middle, which then allows the trade so that both players get double pawns in the center, which is a bit of a weird pawn formation. It's not even that unusual, I think. And Hikaru does decide to go for this pawn formation. And I guess he's basically saying, I have my rooks on open files, so I have a slightly better position because my rooks are more active than yours.
We can see that the evaluation bar disagrees ever so slightly with that assessment. So what argument can black make for being a bit better?
Well, black will make the argument that the bishop on b3 is out of play because it's being blocked by its own pawn and struggles to find a different way of getting involved into the game. So black can go with the bishop out, then the black bishop will also be blocked by its own pawn. But the black bishop at least has some kind of future different diagonal that it can point to, whereas the white bishop, yeah, it's not going to be good towards the right, but it's not good towards the left either.
Just to put a discussion in the chat at rest, people discussing an incident between Nippo and Hare Krishna, where Hare Krishna was accused of being a dirty player. I've known Hare Krishna for many, many, many years, and I can assure you all in the chat that he is the furthest thing removed from a dirty player. Very well behaved, kind, and good mannered guy. So I think you can all take my word for that. Hammer, I'm sure you'll back me up.
I have never had dinner with Jan. Well, actually, that might not be true. But I did have dinner with Hare Krishna quite a few times back in 2017 when we played the FIDE Grand Prix in Moscow amongst other places. And I think Hare Krishna is a fantastic guy. And that is not something I say about people.
So, chat, you heard it from the mouth of the Hammer. Hare Krishna, really a fantastic, fantastic guy. And King H7 played. What is that mysterious move, and why is it getting a green star?
Yeah, no, I kind of like it. He's protecting the pawn on h6, so he's preparing pawn to g6. It basically, black has a lot of time here because the bishop on b3 is so out of play. So say Hikaru moves his bishop out. I'm thinking then pawn to g6, and then, okay, computer's saying rook a7, whatever. And then you can go bishop g7. And then you can kind of build up slowly with your pawns on this king side. Whereas, well, you couldn't play pawn to g6 earlier because then your pawn would be captured. And you couldn't get your pawn forward without moving your bishop out of the way. So I think it's a part of advancing these pawns.
I'm seeing in the chat someone is saying, Duda have a problem. Let's take a quick look at Duda's game, where indeed things seem to have gone quite seriously wrong in the opening for the Polish player.
What opening is this? This seems like some crazy reti. It is some crazy reti. So the knight moves out first. Black takes the initiative by pushing into white's half, but white is trying to surround the black pawns in the middle very early on, provoke the black pawns into pushing forward, and then starts attacking them afterwards. The white knight was captured, so was the black knight. I mean, this is crazy. I can't even tell who's up a pawn or if anyone is. White is up by one pawn.
It's also mysterious that
But why not take here?
Yeah, and the players haven't fully blitzed into this. I mean, both of them are down to 11 minutes, so something mysterious is going on here. I guess taking on G2 is what you should have done.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And now the recommended move is castling. But I guess the reason you're scared about castling is something with queen here. Maybe here. Like something like this would be very bad.
Mm-hmm.
So you're scared of this, and that's why you're taking your time. If you're David Anton.
We'll come back to this.
Too early to tell and say something definitive.
Maybe a quick look at the top board.
Yeah, so Arjun, he's being aggressive. He has placed a knight in the center inside black's half. The knight has protection from the white pawns. He normally in this position, you want to reroute your bishop so that the bishop tries to point down on the black queen. But if you do this, then Alireza can try and counterattack in the center. Ooh, but you can't really do it immediately. Or maybe you can. No, I don't know. The eval bar is all over the place. Some would argue that's my fault for making so many bad moves.
But they would be wrong.
They would maybe be right, but I thought the moves I made were reasonably sensible. So the fact that they were bad speaks to the position being difficult to assess and figure out. We're also going to take a look at Wesley. Wesley has given away his bishop pair early on, but he does have some pressure down towards the black pieces using his rook. Hu Yifan, she is somewhat worse. And on the final board, Vadim has an advantage. In the English opening, he seems comfortable with this. He knows the plans. He's got all of these pawns. Notice how the pawns are taking control of squares that are inside or important for the white bishop. So this is the perfect coordination of the pawns together with this bishop, because you're essentially preventing black from blocking the bishop's influence.
Not just that, look at the time situation too here.
So a very good start for Vadim. 13 minutes still, clearly comfortable with the plans in the English opening.
We can see very quickly before we return to Hikaru that David Anton did indeed castle and is finding the best moves right now. So potentially some trouble on board 3 for Hikaru's teammate. Let's return to our main man.
And we do love to see the question mark coming in here. Hikaru gets the option of undoubling his pawns and does use that possibility when it arose. Hikaru's, I think, basically settled into the fact that his bishop is going to be a bit of a disaster for the rest of the game. But this bishop would be amazing if black tries to push their pawn forward. Because then you can do the en passant and then the pawn is no longer blocking the bishop. So I think Hikaru is just going to keep the bishop here, and he's going to say that this bishop keeps the black pawns on the queen side pretty disorganized. And then now Hikaru is going to push the pawns on the opposite flank. Notice how Hikaru has a 4 versus 3. On the, if you just split the board down the middle, the right side of the board, Hikaru has the pawn superiority, and he's going to push these guys forward, and with that also launch an attack on the black king.
I'm really liking this for Hikaru now. It isn't much, but I think, it is a clear plan, which is, especially in the shorter time controls, it plays such an important role. And we see the king drop back to g8 now that the plan with g6 and bishop g7 probably wasn't appealing any longer.
The king is protecting the pawn on f7, which means the bishop can now move on the next go. So if Hikaru, for instance, takes control of it with his rook on the open file, I would imagine Hare Krishna wants to put the bishops up against one another and try and trade them off. So I'm thinking Hikaru here should move the queen into the center. He does, because now with the queen moving, if the bishop tries to get a trade, Hikaru can always block that off while also advancing his own pawns through the center as per the plan. So queen here, next move, pawn f4, next move after that, pawn to e5. Hikaru's position is basically playing itself right now, which in these time formats is such a valuable thing. It's not just about whether you have an objective advantage on the board, but it's also about whether your position is easy to play.
Yeah, looking great now for Hikaru, who's also 3 minutes up on the clock, as you have mentioned many times before. Being down on the clock in early stages of the game often indicates that one side isn't too happy with their position, investing more time to solve the problems. Hammer, another quick tour? Maybe a quick look at David Anton. Just try to understand.
Yeah, I'm a bit curious on the top board. Erigaisi has chosen to make a trade between the pawns, but notice how that has really given up some of that important protection of the knight in the center. And as the game progresses, here Alireza is putting pressure on the knight that lost its defensive foothold. And if Alireza can trade off the most dangerous white knight, that would be huge for him, who has a rook pointing down once you can eliminate the furthest advanced knight. I'm going to go back to Hikaru because there was a huge moment here, in my opinion. Hare Krishna voluntarily pushing his pawn forward, allowing Hikaru the en passant, which brings this bishop back to life, pointing down on the black king. But on the other hand, Hare Krishna did this because he then feels the plan of advancing the pawns through the center is going to be less effective when there's not the extra white pawn in the middle.
I mean, this is looking better and better for Hikaru. I think he'll be enjoying this game right now. We can see him looking all relaxed on the camera. Do we stick around here? I still would at some point like to see, are things, oh God, the bar is almost completely all the way up. What a nightmare for Duda.
Big move, rook coming in here. That prevents the black queen from launching at the white king. The black rook and bishop remain in their starting positions. Ooh, and now the king can't even try to escape away from that influence of the white rook, because if the king moves to the side, the rook actually follows because it's protected by the bishop from afar.
I mean, this will be resignation time soon. Black is just completely...
Ooh, and also you cannot go for the trade of queens. Sorry there, Fiona. I just noticed that if you go for the trade of queens, you take it. You cannot take back with a knight because then you put your own king in check. But if you take back with the pawn, you've opened up. That was such a good move with the rook forward.
Rook d6, a brilliant move. Apparently, David Anton is on a 100% accuracy. I mean, yeah, he's just played this game perfectly. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Duda. I think if it was an individual event, he would resign right here. Maybe we'll see a few more moves, but yeah, basically, Black can't do anything without giving up significant material to free himself. The ladies. Oh, I skipped past Wesley. Sorry, Wesley.
Wesley is slightly better here because he has the potential of getting his knight into the center, and there are no black pawns controlling here the d5 square. So that would be a fantastic placement for Wesley's knight in the near future.
The ladies now.
Still somewhat better for white, I would say. Black suffers from the fact that anytime you try and move forward with the central pawn, you just give up such important light squared control. And if you don't go forward, well, then you're going to feel a lot of pressure against this pawn. And if you trade, well, then you're left with an isolated pawn in the center of the board. So I would say somewhat better for the Greek player here, but notice the times. Hu Yifan has a 5-minute time advantage.
For Vadim Rosenstein on board 6, things are still looking as pleasant before. It still has that bishop on the long diagonal, still has a time edge. So we'll come back here later. Let's go back to Hikaru, where
nothing has happened.
Nothing has happened.
So okay, clearly Hikaru thought it was a pretty smart idea from Hare Krishna to make that advance on the queen side, because it made the pawn push through the center less enticing, which in turn meant that Hikaru now needs to find a new plan than the one he was relying on.
Chat is willing him to play queen g3. That is indeed the top computer choice. Do you think that's an obvious move? Because what is even the idea? Wow, we're sticking with the plan.
Yeah, I did not think that was an obvious move, although I thought maybe we weren't going to play this f4 move anyway. To me, it makes sense. I guess the reason I wasn't mentioning it was because we have the eval and the computer wasn't promoting this. If we still could get that pawn advancing, we should be able to start an attack against the black king. So something like if the rook moves to take control on the edge of the board, we just continue forward through the middle. And we just continue forward. So this is basically Hikaru's plan. He wants to push this pawn up as far as he can and create trouble as a result. If the pawn is captured, the rook comes in, opening up the bishop's diagonal towards the king, pressure towards both the bishops. This is looking very, very good. Queen c7 increases black's control of the e5 square. So now pushing further forward is not going to be good.
Well, let's take a look.
And if we go queen g3 now, because then the queen would increase its control of the e5 square, then black can... So it's all about the e5 square right now. Black is ready to stop it from happening, already having 3 pieces controlling that important square and ready to get another one involved with the rook next.
Hikaru is also ready to get another pawn involved. G4.
Yeah, he's really going for it here. And I'll mention again what we talked about earlier. The 4 versus 3 on the king side means that you can afford to push your pawns in front of your king further up, because even though it damages your king defenses, you do have a decent chance of overpowering the opposing king, simply because you have more attacking pawns than they have defensive pawns.
I wonder, by the way, if Duda just resigned because his clock is ticking. He's under 2 minutes. But chess results, that research has been done already. No result yet. So I'm not, I mean, that means that they can't put the results. I know the game could still be going. Never mind, Hammer. I am back with you with the Pawn Storm. If you are Hare Krishna, how do you best prepare for the what's coming?
Well, I guess so. What you're scared of is that this bishop. Let's just play rook e8, right? Because that's what we talked about that black wanted to do, increase the control here, but also putting some pressure on white's pawn. Hikaru's plan is just to continue racing forward, attacking the bishop, allowing the bishop to get a fantastic placement in the center of the pawn of the board. But the problem is that with the white bishop pointing in against the black king, the pressure just increases, and you can't take out white's pawn because that would put your own king in check, and you don't have the ability to put your own bishop in a defensive position to cover all of this. So now that we understand the plan, I would say king f8. Just get the king away from this bishop's diagonal.
Why did you go to f8 rather than towards the corner?
Because I was still I forgot that we I forgot that we now have the queen defending, because we had this discussion earlier that the king needed to defend the pawn.
But maybe the h file isn't very safe anyway. Anyway,
Engine keeps saying that Hikaru will just keep pushing the pawn on the next move. And to me, it looks kind of ugly because I don't like giving my opponents good squares for the pieces in the center of the board. But this is very brute force. And the eval bar is saying that, you know, just go after the king and you're going to create so much trouble.
Big moment here for Hare Krishna, who's investing some time. Alireza, 3 brilliant moves in a row, says chat.
First, Alireza sacrifices his rook. The rook can be captured by the knight, but if that happens, it opens up for the bishops working together against the king, opens also up for the rook and queen through the center of the board. If the queen hides, there's a second rook sacrifice in a row, which puts the queen and king on the same diagonal, and the bishop comes in to win the game. So that rook was immune. Then he chooses not to move the rook afterwards, even though now white technically could take the rook. It would open up for this bishop against the white king. Alireza just continuously trying to encourage Erigaisi to capture the rook. In the end, he acquiesced. But now Alireza, despite being down a rook for a bishop, his two bishops working together on the diagonals pointed towards the white king, the engine is just super happy with what he's doing.
Very impressive stuff by Alireza. If Arjun loses, it will be his third consecutive loss after losing to Abdusattorov and Anand. Meanwhile, if Alireza wins, he will be on 5 out of 6. No draws for the Razor. He's lost one game to Sam Sevian, but has beaten everyone else.
And in other news, Wesley So just found an X-clam move, allowing his own bishop to be captured, but in return grabbing a knight in the center of the board and creating some attacking chances with his strong rook. So Wesley looking good, Hikaru looking good, and Alireza looking good. However, Duda is in big trouble. And I would imagine a trade here followed by another rook joining this attack against the black king, and a knight is going to give the...
Can I try to hold
Indian
on
team
with rook a7?
Well, you can try, but I just feel like I'm
King d8.
breaking through here
You
somehow.
just take, yeah. Okay, I don't think there's much trying. This looks convincing enough. So back to Hikaru and b4. Wow, b4 was actually the top computer choice. Oh, that was
Yeah, he went bishop to h4 first, attacking the rook.
yeah.
The rook moved forward, then b4.
But this sequence, yeah, was the one. Impressive find by Hare Krishna.
Opening up for the bishop to target the queen and rook. Hikaru blocks with his bishop. And so the black threats were thwarted. And now Hikaru's ready to keep pushing, maybe? The good news about this bishop move is that the black bishop no longer is attacked while the white pawns progress. The bad news is that the bishop no longer protects the pawn in the middle, and Hikaru might very well take the pawn, but then there's a counterattack on the pawn behind afterwards. Okay, somehow in that analysis, Hikaru managed to take 3 pawns in a row. That's a bit much. But look at also how, even though Hikaru's up by 3 pawns, his position isn't obviously winning because of the very airy white king.
Yeah, so Hikaru investing a bit of time here before capturing the pawn on d4. I mean, I imagine he will take it. Hare Krishna, meanwhile, no, he does not. g5 is met by the immediate d5.
Very tricky position right now. Hikaru should be happy to have a 2.5 time advantage, considering how freaky this is. Hikaru tried to prevent the black bishop from getting back into defense, but Hare Krishna immediately strikes against the white bishop. We're getting a trade in the middle. Hikaru now can capture a pawn, but there's so much open space around the white king so that even up a pawn, it's not entirely convincing this is good for Hikaru.
And we can see queen b7, of course. One of the ideas was to align with the bishop, but also if we see a bishop trade after, let's say, queen d4, bishop takes c4 takes, and the queen coming into f3, I was thinking. That's not good. g6 puts a halt to my hopes. So if not queen f3, then what?
Well, the suggestion was to just move the rook, but that abandons the protection of another pawn. And then, so basically, you want to provoke the white queen away from pointing at the black king and then do your plan.
Yeah, because I was thinking a queen on f3 would really make my king feel very uncomfortable. Hikaru has taken, so we'll see. We will potentially see the sequence play out on the board. I think Hare Krishna will make the trade on c4. The bishop on d5 is under attack now, after all, and you can't really allow white to keep the pressure towards f7, so I think he will take and then a big decision on the next move.
Black's bishop is out of play, but the cost of that has been a serious weakening of the situation around white's king. Very difficult situation to assess.
Finds rook c8, and we're getting exactly the position we talked about. While Hikaru doesn't have to take on b4, he could do something to maybe...
Yeah, I'm thinking queen b3 because that both covers the square that you were talking about and it preserves the pressure towards the black king.
And I mean, Hikaru is up a pawn, but it all comes down to the airy king, as Hammer was saying. Queen d3. Well, queen d3 stops queen f3. Doesn't keep an eye on f7 though. So how?
being up a pawn is better than being down a pawn in general, I would say.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, Hikaru got an easy move here to the recapture.
Now attacking
Krishnan.
c2.
And you cannot take the pawn here because then the queen will give a check, attacking both the bishop and the king. But one of the moves being recommended are all about attacking the black bishop.
I mean, that black bishop is dangerously running out of... Well, I guess it can go to g3 and then always come back, but that is a square.
Yeah, but then
I've
it's kind of blocking.
Exactly,
yeah, it's standing in the way of.
Queen.
And also having a time advantage in a tricky situation like this is so valuable for Hikaru right now. I'm just going to race through some of the other positions. Alireza is up by 2 pawns, so he's looking good. Duda is down by a bishop, so he's not looking great. Although he does have an attack against 2 white pieces at the same time right now. Oh, that's sneaky. Allowing the bishop to be captured because then you win the knight through the center with the rook pointing down on the black king. So David Anton is going to win it. I still think Wesley is looking pretty good. Wesley has an extra pawn, and if he could get his knight up into an attacking position against the black king, that would be fantastic. Hu Yifan is down a pawn. That's not great. And on the final board, Vadim still with the time advantage and still with the eval bar in his favor.
I mean, Vadim could be the hero this round. Let's see. Let's go back to Hikaru.
Hikaru is still thinking optimal timing for checking in on the other boards. But the think now means that Hikaru is suddenly down on time after being up, well, pretty much the game so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's not obvious what his next move is going to be. He does go for queen e4, hitting the bishop.
I think that's a good move. I think the bishop is in a bit of a pickle. I think the natural thing here is to move the bishop forward, but then the bishop is kind of blocking the queen's access. I don't understand all of these computer recommendations. Queen here, queen here. Seems tricky to me.
Queen c5 is attacking the pawn on g5.
Yeah, so check, king moves. And if you take the pawn, then Hikaru takes on the other side. That's his idea. Oh, this is very difficult.
And why is this still fine for black?
Yeah, I don't know. I would think white with the extra pawn is doing pretty well.
I think this is looking very good for Hikaru. I mean, if this is one of the positions that the computer wants to play for black, then I think we're very happy.
Wow, Hare Krishna goes for the queen trade. So he's indirectly protecting his bishop along the rank. And he's saying that even though he's down a pawn, he actively wants to trade queens because the white pawn here, if the queens get traded off, the white pawn that has advanced the furthest is going to be the easiest one for black to go after.
By the way, Hu Yifan has drawn her game, so the first result is in the match. Everything else still ongoing. Hare Krishna now under a minute to make the decision. Does he want to take on e4 or not?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't even realize this was a move. This just seems very convincing for Hikaru. Hikaru's getting an endgame with an extra pawn. And he has 2 pawns that are next to one another that can protect one another as they advance up the board. This looks amazing for Hikaru. I'm so confused by the computer feeling like this could end up in a draw.
I agree with you. So does Hare Krishna, who had no interest in playing this endgame fighting against the 2 pawns, but here comes g6. We were talking about it for a long time, and finally both kings are airy.
There's still the threat on the bishop, but Hikaru cannot take the bishop as that would abandon the protection of the rook. And like Fiona says, now there are some checks in against the black king.
Yeah, black is not going to be able to keep it together. David Anton, meanwhile, has won his game on board 3 against Duda. So WRHS currently trailing, but Alireza looking in a winning position. Things looking good for Hikaru. Wesley So.
Very important still to avoid any checkmates, though. The white king is feeling some pressure here with so many things pointed in its general direction. Imagine the black bishop managed to reroute to point against the king.
Yeah, we don't want that. Certainly don't want that. I mean, is Hikaru just going to take on g6? No, he isn't. He's gonna force the queen, or maybe no, he's not forcing the queen trade. The black queen can retreat to defend g7. Is that what he did?
Well, surely.
Yeah.
It's still looking tricky for Hikaru. Look at how the pieces are pointed in towards the dangerous areas. Okay, they just repeat moves, but this allows Hikaru a second attempt at taking the pawn. So after taking the pawn, the queen cannot take the rook because then checkmate covered by the bishop. I don't know why Hikaru just didn't take this pawn when he had the chance earlier. Ooh, but now we get the rerouting of the bishop to point in towards the white king. That is uncomfortable. Instead, Hare Krishna just loses the game in one move, allowing very favorable trades for Hikaru. That was a terrible, terrible move by Hare Krishna, and it's game over. He cannot take with the pawn. Oh my God, Hikaru could have traded queens and didn't do it. Hikaru had the option here to trade queens. In that case, he would have had the 2 pawns next to one another that can help each other move up the board. But instead, he keeps the queens on the board, but the white king is not happy with that decision. The white king is very vulnerable here, and the black king does manage to hide out a bit on the edge of the board.
Still a tricky defensive task ahead for Hare Krishna, but yeah, what a miss by Hikaru not trading queens here. Meanwhile, Wesley So has ended in a draw, so only 3 games remain, and in order to win the match, WR needs to score 2.5 points out of these 3 remaining games. I mean, even Alireza should still be winning, but it's an opposite color bishop ending with still some work ahead.
And not enough time to make all the accurate moves. A draw definitely a possibility here for Aragaisi. Then we have Hare Krishna, who's down a pawn, but because of the weakness around Hikaru's king, no guarantee that you're going to be able to survive. Also here, Alireza tries to give back a pawn in this opposite endgame, bishop endgame. I don't really understand what Alireza is going for here.
Meanwhile, the game on board 6 has ended, I can see on the camera. I wonder if Vadim got a big win because, I mean, the relay just got stuck or Black lost on time, which is a definite possibility because the way he's sitting at the board, to me, looks like the kind of face a guy who just lost on time might be making. So Hikaru's game potentially decisive for this match.
I'm gonna allow you, Fiona, to go cheat on the chess results website and look at this. He's going for the draw. Vadim must have won his game because otherwise Hikaru would not be giving away a pawn that easily in the end game.
There is nothing on chess results yet. Trust me, I've been refreshing a million times, but I assume that Vadim won.
I mean, let's hope, because if he didn't win, we're gonna lose this match.
Oh my goodness,
Because Alireza has spoiled the advantage he had. He had 2 extra pawns, but that extra pawn is not going to be worth that much right now. It does seem like Erigaisi will be able to make a draw. Still not entirely clear how Erigaisi saves this. But computer is saying it should be a draw with correct play. Same with Hare Krishna, although also here Hikaru does have the advantage.
Oh, Hammer. I wonder if there is something, because the pieces haven't been set back on board 6, and someone is saying that Vadim keeps coming back to the board. Could there be some kind of appeal ongoing?
Maybe. I mean, what are you gonna do while you're still playing? You just gotta try and get the win, I suppose. And maybe I'm underestimating Hikaru's winning chances, because I mean, Hikaru does have the pawn with the clear path to try and become a new queen. He's gonna have to try and hide his own king over here. I don't understand this move. Hikaru's voluntarily trading pawns.
So confused. I mean,
and now, I mean, Alireza is close to something.
Still no result on chess results about board 6, which is bizarre because everything else has been updating.
So pawn up, king back, and then this bishop over here. I mean, maybe Erigaisi is making a draw, but it doesn't seem obvious. And then Hare Krishna. I mean, Hare Krishna is going to have so many checks in against the white king, but if the king can kind of hide over here, and then you manage to push the pawn forward. In queen endgames, it's not necessarily about how many pawns you have. It's about which pawn is closest to becoming a new queen. And that is certainly pro Hikaru in this case.
Still feels very unlikely that the king is going to manage to find some shelter here. And in Alireza's game, even though the pawn is only 2 squares away from queening, that bishop will stop it, even forcing the pawn to g2.
I mean, the only reason this is a draw is because this square in the bottom corner is a dark square and the bishop moves on the light squares. That's the only reason this is a draw, I think.
I wouldn't be confident at all still holding this. I mean, with the black king, can the black king not make its way to f1 somehow?
It can, but it doesn't matter. So the thing is, once the king moves out of range here, then you start pushing this pawn, and then you trade somehow. Well, basically, you try to lure the bishop to take something like this, and even if you trade the bishop for the pawn, white has a draw fortress, which a very strange fortress in chess terms, but.
I'm not going to spoil anything, Hammer, but all results, Alireza and Hikaru's results are up on chess results, but board 6 isn't.
Ooh, so something is going on. And here's the situation. A very strange thing in chess. You can be up by a bishop and a pawn, and it's still impossible to win because you can't force the white king out of the corner without it ending in a stalemate. One of the weirdest defensive formations in chess. And that's the reason why this game between Arjun and Alireza should end in a draw. And then the question becomes, can Hikaru work a miracle here?
But we see Hikaru with the head shake, which very often to us as commentators, having seen so much of his footage, is a better indicator even than the bar or anything. I think he's coming to terms that unfortunately, this game will only be a draw. He's still fighting, of course, but Black has now started pushing his own pawn, and I think there will be a lot of regret for the Falcons in this round. Alireza with a completely winning position, and Hikaru, I mean, that rook ending would have been, I think, a very easy conversion.
Wow, both players just pushing the pawns in this moment. If Hikaru continues pushing forward, Black, continuing in the same fashion, would lose the game. So Hikaru does have a clearer path. Okay, so and now the Black queen is going to give lots of checks. Black is going to try to force the white king in front of its own pawn to prevent all the checks. But if you put the king in front of your own pawn, you're not going to get a new queen.
And probably Hare Krishna will just check on A1 and B1 now. As we see the players there. I'm very intrigued, Hammer. I'm gonna do a quick Twitter run. See if I can get some juice.
I thought they called it tea now.
And we see a handshake here on camera as a draw is agreed. Alireza's game has also ended in a draw. And yeah, what is happening is
Vadim is sitting down again.
How long was that interruption? What
I don't know.
I mean, what is going on?
So Vadim needs to win to equalize the match for the team.
They're just... Okay, so the arbiter is here. Let's see if we can try and understand. Okay, so the arbiter is there with a computer, which indicates a threefold repetition claim.
Yeah, but there's nowhere close to threefold.
Yeah, but maybe we didn't get all the moves. Could that be?
No, because there's so many pieces still on the board. Like, we can't see much of the board, but we can see that there's a lot of pieces, which I think indicates that this is the correct.
Yeah, but I
there's
see
a
the
team
arbiter.
Captain.
Yeah,
where's our team captain?
Where's Gusti?
Where's the lawyers?
Oh, there is Gusti on the right-hand side. Skinny, tall guy. Looks a lot like Gusti, at least. Maybe it wasn't, who knows? Arbiter is showing the laptop to the ceiling. And what? Okay, it's definitely a threefold that they are checking. And we should get
the a threefold, a check would never take this long.
I mean, there are literally programs, no, that just give you the answer. I'm always so confused.
Yeah, but those programs have been wrong a couple of times, or
really?
They've been used. I mean, there was a game with the Norwegian team in the Chess Olympiad, and apparently FIDE used an unregistered version of one of these programs. And the game was declared a draw, and Aryan just ran away from the playing hall because he knew it wasn't threefold.
I'm sorry, Hammer. Yeah, that was absolutely insane. Looks to me like the game is going on, but I don't know if the clock was started because Black is just sitting. The arbiters ran away. Like, surely if the game was going to continue, an arbiter would stay there and not just, okay, play on, I'm off. So I think they are off to check again. Both players sitting at the board thinking, but more, I mean, honestly, every time I see something I'm like this, I'm like, what is this clown show again? I mean, the players are literally laughing at the board. Okay,
we need Vadim to win this game. We need Vadim to win.
Arbiter approaches, takes the clock, which to me indicates it was an incorrect claim, Vadim will probably.
How can you spend 15 minutes on deciding whether a claim is correct or not?
Chess arbiters. I don't know. Apparently, someone was watching. Chidok is saying the arbiter is the one who interrupted the game. That, I mean, I don't know what, because an arbiter can never interrupt for repetition. So, yeah, still, well, we'll have to.
No, you can after 5, right?
Huh? After 5, yeah, but surely if it was 5, then there it wouldn't take 15
Why
minutes.
are you not supposed to interrupt after 3? I don't know.
Vadim is just saying the arbiter is having a really hard time setting the clock. Oh god. Oh, this is so, I'm cringing so bad. Arbiter has taken off his glasses to get a better view of the clock. Oh, what's now? Phone comes out of the hand. Oh, maybe the FIDE handbook manual. How to add 1 minute to the clock. Oh, this is so bad, Hammer.
I'm just going to let you talk. Number one, if I say something, there's a fair chance I'll say something stupid and offensive and whatnot. And also, I'd rather you be the one who's canceled for your opinions on chess arbiters.
I mean, this is really a fucking joke. Like, that's the only way to put it. Okay, the claim took forever. We don't know what the claim was about. Took way too long to check whatever it was. And now, I mean, this clock situation is just... It's comical, like, and there's probably no other games still going. How can we not? I'm sorry, but call the chief arbiter, call someone who knows what they are doing. Like, can't they see this guy doesn't know? Oh, Hammer. This is like me trying to set the clock, but in my defense, I'm not a chess arbiter.
Okay, we got action.
Oh, this was too painful. Do we have action?
Well, now there's a protest on the clock on the. Oh no!
Oh no! I wasn't even on the live feed. I called all the. I think I was a few seconds behind. What is? Oh my goodness! This is an embarrassment. This is some of the best comedy we've seen in a while, though.
I mean, if you like that kind of thing, if you find incompetence funny.
Dove is saying the second-hand embarrassment that we have to endure. I'm with you, Dove. I'm almost in physical pain, and the cringe is killing me. Is there no qualification process for being an arbiter? You'd think there is.
There is. Then you can be sure that everyone involved in this event actually has gone through the qualification process. I think also part of the problem is that the personality of people who want to be chess arbiters is a bit I got to hear some stories about why the touch move rule was altered, and let's just say it didn't leave me super impressed with how some of these people who make the rules think.
Mm-hmm. Maybe you should become.
Well, I think players should play a bigger role in the rules, but it's the same problem here with the players are so spoiled and they're so used to like that. Oh no, we don't care or we don't want to use our energy on this. But at some point, the players need to realize that the rules and reading their contracts and being involved in how the rules are set up is rather significant.
What are they discussing? The arbiter and Vadim are having a very long chat.
Have they even agreed what the question is? Okay, so what I'm noticing, Fiona, is that the black pawn has not gone one step forward. So we might be going
also,
back.
Vadim keeps taking the rook that when we first tuned into this chaos, the white rook was on A2, and now it's suddenly on A1. So...
But how does that rook get to the A1 square?
Well, Vadim keeps grabbing it in his hand. The arbiter is off again.
So compared to the latest position we had on our analysis board, the pawn is one step further up and the rook somehow has gone into the corner.
I mean, another arbiter has arrived on the scene. The lady who was just helping the old gentleman set the clock. Okay, the game continues. The clock has been pressed.
But the rook is in the corner. Oh, he lost the rook.
What?
He lost the rook. There was a fork.
Oh.
I have no idea how the rook got into the corner, but as we started the game right now, what happened is the knight pushes forward, attacks both the queen and the rook, and we lost the rook. That is not great for our chances to equalize this match.
I am so... This is the position you say on the board right now, according to what you can see, or what?
Well, I don't know how it happened, but I guess here...
OPT Inferno is saying we need to know what's going on. You and us both, Jan. You and us both.
Okay, so it looks as though previously we had registered the move rook b2.
You're making me dizzy, Hammer.
Yeah, no, previously we had registered the move rook to b2, but now rook to a1. So maybe it was a question of whether Vadim had dropped his rook, let go of his rook in the corner, and then he tried to go rook b2 instead. But the weird thing is that they continued playing a couple of moves and then went back to the situation where rook to a1 maybe happened.
We're gonna have a fun time during the next break, Hammer, that's for sure. Hammer and I will have almost half an hour to do our research.
No, but here, Fiona, the position we had on the live board was rook b2, f5, knight up, and then c6. This was the position we had on the board.
So
I think.
Takabon is saying, I checked the VOD. Vadim moved the rook, as you were saying, into the fork with rook a1, and then took it back after he took his hand off. The opponent objected, and then Vadim waved him off.
But they continued playing afterwards. No?
Yeah, but with the rook
based on the moves that... So they went back to a situation from a couple of moves prior.
It's all very mysterious, but the game, I mean, the game is pretty hard.
Did the game continue? I don't know.
I mean, on video, I can see them.
No, I'm saying, did the game continue?
I think we have the right position now anyway, because the white rook is on a7 on the video.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Now, obviously, Vadim shouldn't just wave his opponent off, right? Because he did what he did. But at the same time, if his opponent, and this is tricky when it comes to chess and chess rules and so on, if the opponent continues playing...
Takon says he stopped the clock immediately.
He stopped the clock. Oh, well, then I don't know why we had so many different moves on the board then.
Yeah.
Okay, but then it's fine. I still don't understand why it took 15 minutes. Then it seems pretty straightforward. No?
I mean, also, it looks to me, oh, black was added time because black was down to almost nothing, right? Vadim always had a huge time advantage in this game, so I guess time was added to black.
Well, that seems fair, right?
But for what?
For making for I don't know, protesting that you dropped the piece, but said you
fair.
I don't know.
For unfair play, there you go.
Something like that.
Anyway, the crux of the matter is that Vadim actually is in a must-win situation to save his team, and that is very unlikely to happen here, as he is down in exchange. On the bright side, he still has that bishop on h1 and is exerting some pressure towards the queen side.
Not super happy with this previous move though, because I made the point earlier in the opening that this pawn formation is perfect for making sure that the bishop's influence is just very difficult to stop. But now with the b6 move, black gets the option of getting a pawn protected by another pawn to blockade the bishop from the corner.
Black is taking his sweet time here. C6 looks like a natural move to make. We also have word from Pakako in the chat saying, I was watching the game live in the room. Arbiters were talking right beside Hikaru's game. Very distracting. Yeah, I mean, this is another huge grievance I've had. As soon as there is an issue on a board somewhere, a lot of arbiters suddenly have no regard for the players who are sitting around still playing their games. So that's all I'll say.
Well, they must have had some regard, right? Because otherwise it would take less than 15 minutes to figure this out. And so it feels to me like they just decided we'll decide this after all the other games are done, right?
I mean, I've never heard of that happening.
Also, someone in chat says that they were consulting the cameraman from Chess Base India. And that actually also happened yesterday. Anish Giri touched a piece and his opponent, Sam Sevian, asked Giri to move the piece he had touched. And the arbiter consulted the video evidence and decided that Anish did not touch the knight, despite the video very clearly showing that he in fact had. So it turns out even consulting the video evidence, not a surefire way of making sure the facts of the matter is clear.
I mean, we certainly had our share of adventures in this round. Unfortunately, it's not gonna end well, I don't think, for Hikaru's team here.
Hikaru, it wasn't Sevian, it was someone from the Uzbek team. Oh, my bad. Yeah. It looked like Sevian.
And when you said it, I thought, okay, I'm gonna let it go. I'm not gonna say. I was like, I've seen the video. I don't know who it was, but it definitely wasn't Sevian.
Come on, it was very much resembling Sevian, no?
Hey, let me go and find it. See if I can.
I'm starting to realize I haven't been to tournaments for almost 10 years now. I don't know any of the players. I don't know any of the.
I mean, the guy is very clearly Asian, so.
Well, you know, Armenia is almost in Asia. I don't know. I'm digging my own grave here.
Let's go back to the game where Vadim is doing a good job keeping this game alive. He might save it. The question is, can he find some winning chances?
That's what we need. A win here for Vadim to save the day for the team. He's facing a player who has thus far in the tournament won every single game. So Vadim's task is rather difficult. but he's coming in here. And I've noticed a very nice trick now. If queen to e7, which makes the most sense by far, then the knight can capture the pawn because this opens up an attack on the black queen. And if takes, you can go knight to e6, attack the rook, force the rook away from the protection of the pawn. And I mean, computer is saying advantage black, but to me, this looks like white is winning at least 2 pawns.
Yeah, and Vadim keeping his chances alive and, well, especially as black is dropping under a minute again. Now, not an easy situation for the Indian player to navigate. Oh, so Tagban watched the VOD again. Apparently, when the arbiter
we can put it on the screen, Fiona, and we'll do a replay of what happened.
Okay, let's do it. Grind a few seconds.
If he dropped it, it was for a 1/10 of a second.
I also missed it. No. Okay, we'll get an action replay.
Also, yeah, free juicer.
It's all happening everywhere. Oh, a little kid appears. Wow, what is happening on our stream? Black screen of death.
Vadim has serious chances to win here.
Okay. It's all happening. We're trying to get there. Maybe we can give up on the action replay, watch it during the break, and just follow Vadim live.
That seems fair.
I think that makes more sense. Oh, no, we are back with the moment. But I missed it again.
So... I missed it too. I was trying to check the original.
Let's just go to the live game, and everyone can check the VOD on their own during the break. This is my dinner break, after round 2. But Vadim...
Chad is saying he definitely did release it. That's unfortunate, but he's back in the game now. He has a knight and a pawn in trade for a rook, but look at this. He's going after the black king. He has his own rook pointed in towards some dangerous area as well. This is not over.
This is far from over. I mean, if I'm black, I really want to trade queens, I guess, if I can.
Queen e7, I would think. You need to protect here, but you also want to kind of protect over here. Ooh, queen e7 apparently is a mistake because of queen takes pawn. That pawn was protected by a different pawn, but if you take it, it opens up for the white rook in against the black king. That is very high level, though. Queen f7 instead. Vadim has good chances to win this.
I mean, knight c5 looks like a logical move, just getting the knight a bit closer, threatening maybe knight a6 in some cases, just putting pressure on b7. Because it feels like the queen is well placed, the rook is well placed, and yeah, we can see that Vadim for now is just trying to slowly improve his position before trying something.
I think that's sensible. He could try and advance his pawns in front of his king, actually, to exploit the fact that the white queen is looking down on the black king. Whatever he does, as long as he plays fairly quickly, he also has a lot of pressure through the clock.
And we see black stepping out of that 7th rank. I guess.
Yeah, that was a good move. Very good move. Both the white rook and the white queen was pointing in towards the king. Okay, so now the knight is threatened. The knight has to move, but we wanted that knight to move forward anyway. Ooh, knight d6, not the way to do it, though. The knight is unprotected, which means when the queen now moves, the queen can attack both the knight and the pawn in towards the white king.
Found it. And that, I was wondering, oh, queen e6 wasn't the same because then white has queen c4, forcing the queens off. But here,
that's very nice.
Yeah. I mean, black has played these last few moves really, really impressively. And I mean, now, what do we
think that's the game. You can't both save the knight and the pawn on e2. Maybe you can still salvage a draw somehow, but the thing is, we need a win. A draw in itself is not good enough. You can try to give a check now and hope that the king moves up, because then you can capture this pawn again. And then if queen comes in here, unfortunately, it's a draw. But winning this seems like if rook to f7 is the only winning move, that's a difficult one to find.
But I think black, I mean, especially with how long all of this took, and I was just thinking, finally, FIDE is vindicated for the 1 hour, 40-minute breaks in between games. Now we know what that was for. I think the player with the black pieces will be very aware of the match situation and will take the draw if he can get it.
Yeah. So Vadim can still salvage a draw here, but a draw not gonna turn around the result in the match. There's actually another game still going as well, Fiona.
Seriously? What move are they
on move 149.
Oh my goodness. Maybe I can quickly go through some results. On board 2, Germany and France have beaten Freedom 3.5, 2.5 with wins for Bohan Lobkin and Vincent Keimer on top board against Rauf Mamedov. Night Dance has made a draw against Kaschas. A very fighting match there. Malcolm's Mates crushing Team Hungary 5.5 half. Where is Generation XYZA? They won 3.5 by the smallest of margins against Ashdod. So those are the results elsewhere. And yeah, I think we'll have a tie. No, well, not a tie at the top. MGD is going to win this match most likely and will be the sole leader. Germany and France overtaking WR. But yeah, we'll just... Oh.
Yeah, relay error.
Someone blocking the camera as well, which is not very handy. Who is that rocking back and forth right in front of the camera?
And now there is a possibility of just checks against the king to get the draw. Do you think he goes for the draw here? The guy is on a perfect score so far.
Well, I made the when I wanted to go through the results, I refreshed chess results, so I know the answer. And what do you think?
Well, I mean, if the result is already in, I would say it ended in a draw.
X on f3. So no draw just yet.
Threatening checkmate in one move. White doesn't really have a choice but to move the king back.
"20 seconds for Vadim, who does find king h2.
Pawn to f4 now actually decides it in black's favor. You can get a draw by just moving the queen back and forth against the white king, but pawn f4 just increases the pressure against the shattered white king protection. And as long as you have your rook protecting over on the left side and this rook protecting against the queen, you can safely go for the win. And that is what the Indian player has done. Now, I guess pawn takes, and somehow you manage to trade the queens.
And yeah, impressive technique now by Atarva, who looks like he's on his way to make it a perfect 6 out of 6. Is he the new Pang Bo?
Oh, I'm missing lore here, Fiona.
You don't remember Pang Bo from last year?
You think I was watching this last year?
Fair enough. He was the amateur player for the Chinese team, and he was playing unbelievable. I can't remember his final score, but it was insane. He became an instant legend.
Not winning every game.
Not
Imagine
every
being
game,
the person who got a point off Peng Bo.
Yeah, and he was unrated. He was a legend, Pang Bo, and such a good name to remember as well. Like legendary name, legendary performance. And here it looks like we are seeing the final moments of this game. Don't know if still watching the camera. Oh no.
2,400 levels, says chat. Is that true?
I mean, he really was very good. I don't know if it was ever confirmed how good he was.
I'm gonna see if they have a rating now. Peng Bo.
He must have surely at least a Rapid and Blitz since he played the event last year, or is one event not enough?
2,200 rapid.
Yeah. So that must have been, I don't know, did he play anything since last year's event?
No.
No. And Vadim ended up, I think, maybe even losing on time or something, as one final time his opponent pointed at the clock, and a very tough loss for WR chess team here against MGD, who are now the sole leaders. There are still 4 games. No, what am I saying? 12. Hammer, I've been completely bamboozled. 12 games to go in the tournament. We're at the halfway mark. 2 more games today, 4 more tomorrow. We're going to go on a break now, which is going to be a lot shorter than usual. We'll be back in 10 minutes with round, I've lost track again, round 7. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Apologies about the small delay. Hammer and I were just having an important discussion about different aircrafts. So the start of the game had to wait for us to be done. But we haven't missed anything. Spanish is on the board in a very big clash here. WRHS taking on Hexamind, the team that Hikaru told us yesterday they were wary about. These are certainly not the circumstances in which they thought they would meet on the back of a loss in the previous round to MGD1.
And a Berlin opening here from Dominguez. Obviously, this is a player Hikaru knows very, very well. Dominguez goes pawn to d6. I thought this was not the hottest way of playing, the most popular way of playing in recent times, but Mr. Magnus Carlsen did play this move at the Norway Chess Tournament recently, although I thought it was considered a bit old-fashioned with pawn to d5 and rook to e8 having had some popularity in the later years.
Hikaru, well, d6 has certainly made him pause for a moment. On the top board, we have Alireza Firouzja against Levon Aronian. In this match, no surprises due to being rested for Team WRHS.
Oh,
Bishop
wow.
E3.
That is a very uncommon move. Computer hates it. Wow, I've never seen that before. Hikaru just wants to play a game. He wants to get his opponent out of any sort of prepared situation. Fiona, we did see Hikaru playing this bishop to e3 move in similar situations during the candidates tournament. But one of the games where he played that in the white game against Pragnananda, Hikaru didn't really achieve anything and was even slightly worse before they agreed to a draw.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see him go this route. Well, it has certainly done the trick of taking Linier out of his prep. The computer is advocating black should take on e3 and will be better already. Would you agree with that assessment?
Better seems like a bit of a stretch, but I do like making this capture. I'm not too afraid of opening up for my opponent's rook. I feel like the long-term weakening of having the doubled pawns in the center should be of more importance. That being said, and considering that Hikaru played similarly to this during the candidates tournament, I would say Hikaru has studied these positions with the doubled e-pawns specifically in the last, 2 years, year and a half, something like that. And he hasn't really gotten to show some of the lessons he learned during that prep work. And I guess that's why he's doing it now, to kind of showcase some of the strategic nuances he and his team realized when preparing for the candidates tournament.
Funny you should talk about this, because last week for the final 2 days of Norway Chess, we had Niels Grandelius here on the commentary team, who was part of Hikaru's team for the last candidates tournament. And so he was asked a little bit by chat about, how does it work? Have you seen Hikaru use some of that candidates prep? And he said, of course, that work is never going to waste. But he said it was more visible, let's say, at Norway Chess last year, which came right after the candidates, and that hopefully Hikaru has continued working on his chess since they had their candidates camp and has found some new ideas along the way as well.
We do see the maneuver of the knight over to the king side. Hikaru potentially will want to do the same thing. For Dominguez, it's about securing the safety of his own king, especially considering that you've voluntarily opened up for the rook. Interestingly, a normal move to make in these positions would be to go bishop to e6, and then we get the double pawns in the middle, which is an entirely a problem of its own. Let's take a look at some of the other games.
I was still trying to make sense of this, but I think we'll have plenty of time to do that. So let's go to board one, Alireza against Levon.
Oh my god.
No.
Levon of Ronin has just rushed all his pawns forward on the queen side, and then he comes in with a queen sacrifice, getting the double exclam. If the rook captures the queen, there's no way to stop the pawn from becoming a new queen afterwards. So Alireza just escapes, but now surely Levon of Ronin can just rush the next pawn forward. Maybe he wants to go pawn f5 first and try and blockade the position. This is very spicy early on.
Sorry, but I just looked at the camera on our stream just as Hikaru was giving Alireza a look of like, what the hell are you doing? It's not the first time I've seen Alireza fall for something like this. He was on the receiving end of this famous game against Fabiano Caruana. Was that an online tournament, right?
I don't remember. I just remember that Alireza had to resign after 8 moves.
And it was something very similar to this, just even more, just immediately losing on the spot. But
yeah,
also
it's similar, I wouldn't necessarily say, but
also with one of the pieces.
It was a famous trick from the Slav opening. And I mean, I saw that trick in books from when I was 12 years old, and for Alireza just to fall for it was crazy. So this game is going to get spicy because Alireza basically now has to go all in on an attack against the black king while the black queen is so far away from the king. So you got to just push this pawn up, and then somehow, basically you just got to sacrifice all your pawns and try and open up here in against the black king.
So, okay, not looking great on top board for Alireza. Board 2, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against the reigning world rapid champion, Volodymyr Murzin.
Yeah, what an achievement by the Russian youngster, winning the world rapid. That is not an easy task, but now for a couple of years in a row, we've had first Abdusaturov winning it at 17, then Murzin, I think he was 18 when he won it. The kids are really shining and making a name for themselves in that championship. This position, I don't really understand what's going on. It looks okay for Maxim, but the computer is favoring white. Wow, f4, really? Now you can never chase away this knight, but on the other hand, I guess you're trying to push the pawn even further and go against the bishop. Well, that's potentially very dangerous for Maxim.
I'm not liking what I'm seeing in this match so far, I have to say. Let's quickly check in with Wesley So and Vidit Gujarati.
Okay, so Wesley is just playing this draw variation in the the normal Tarash. Basically, Wesley has no chance to win, but normally he's well prepared enough to not lose, and that's starting to become an issue now. Kostenyuk is coming in here. She's going to save the team. She has the advantage against Divya here, the rook pointing down on the king, and then Vadim. Vadim's opponent could have just won a pawn here, sacrificing the queen to set up the fork afterwards. That would have been just a clean pawn.
What a miss.
So I guess we're happy it's still ongoing, but Vadim is in some trouble here because he cannot castle.
Yeah, not looking good for Vadim, who's having a bit of a rough day today. And let's go back to Hikaru now, as things have moved along swiftly here.
Yeah, so Dominguez decided he wanted to trade the bishops, but he didn't want to get the doubled pawns. So he moved his queen in and went for the trade. And then Hikaru went for a trade of knights in order to activate his queen. Basically, Hikaru's got doubled pawns in two places, but the fact having doubled pawns isn't always such a bad idea. And here, the fact that some of the white pawns have moved means that Hikaru's rooks are way better than his opponents.
Dominguez is an opponent who very rarely loses, but Hammer, if my memory doesn't deceive me, we were here together earlier this year in the American Cup when Hikaru scored a crucial win against Lenny Dominguez in a classical game. One of the games I think that set Hikaru back on this path of candidates qualification. I think American Cup really was the start of that re-entering his thoughts. Meanwhile, no queen exchange here. Hikaru drops the queen back to g3.
Hikaru needs the win here. He sees what's going on with Olivresa. Fortunately, he doesn't see what's going on the other table with board 2 and 4. But no, with board 2 and 4. But it wouldn't be good news. So keeping the queens on, absolute necessity here.
Look at the time situation. Where did Dominguez's time go?
It's just that Hikaru's had some fairly easy moves, I think. But the problem is Hikaru's also going to get stuck here. Like, how do you make progress? Black's kingside is super solid.
So the question is, are we gonna just push Harry the H-pawn?
Yeah, maybe. But then you're not making a breakthrough either.
But how are you even thinking of breaking? In the center with d4?
Yeah, no, I think it's just going to be a draw. Because how do you make progress? Fiona, make 10 moves in a row as white. But anytime you start threatening something, I get to move.
Okay, h4, h5.
Now you're threatening h6.
Yeah.
So I get to play h6.
Okay. Knight f3, knight h4.
Well, now you're threatening. Well, that's fine. That's fine.
Look, the bar is already getting more optimistic.
Okay.
But the next move of the bar, I don't understand. Rook ff1. It wants to free up f5 for the knight, I guess.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. Look, it's and boom. 1-0 to 3-3.
Okay. Let me make one plan. Okay, let me make one plan. Let me move this knight here.
Okay, I'll go h5 anyway.
Okay, I'll go h6.
So now you have g6 under your control, and you're not gonna follow.
No, I'm going here. I'm going here.
Ah, you're going here. Okay, I'll go to knight f3, knight h4 anyway. Knight h4. What was a queen? No, sorry, g6. I thought. Never mind. Queen g6. And now, well, I was just gonna go rook af1, which looked logical to me. And yeah. But
okay, it seems like there maybe is something. I agree with you. Okay. I agree with there's something here. And Hikaru does go pawn h4.
We figured it all out, Hammer. We should do this more often. That was fun.
Okay, so Dominguez is maneuvering his knight to the e6 square like we did in our analysis. And then he's going to go rook d8 and he's going to go d5.
Maybe. Apparently, Levon has messed up a little bit, and Aliweza is back to having an even position according to chat.
I mean, even isn't the first word I'd use. Levon is still up by a pawn. But it is the same trouble that we talked about from the start, right? That the black queen is very far away from the black king. The black king doesn't have all that much shelter. But still, black has a fairly straightforward plan of pushing the pawn forward on the edge of the board. And what are you going to do about that?
I don't know. I'd rather play that Hikaru position that I did a second ago than the Alireza position.
Also, Alireza is down by 7 minutes.
Yeah.
On the other hand, Maxim has gotten the 2 bishops, and look at this. He pushed the pawn forward so that the white pawn could not progress. Sure, white can capture a pawn on the edge of the board, but is that so serious?
Nah, it's just a pawn.
Well, normally I appreciate my pawns, but when I have the 2 bishops, I feel like it's maybe not the end of the world.
I mean, I would grab the pawn in an instant.
Apparently, bishop takes, you have b6 and black wins.
Wow.
On account of
nice.
bishop takes, and then the stuff is stuck.
But apparently knight takes is the way to go.
Yeah, but I feel like Maxim has very good compensation for a pawn then. I'm not very concerned about Maxim being worse.
But surely then you have to take, because if you don't take, black is just gonna be fine without being...
Well, but the thing is, you have knight to d6 also, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you just want to make a draw, this is a fairly straightforward way of doing that.
Yeah, we'll see what Murzin has been thinking for a while, so he's certainly debating this.
Oh my god, we have so many moves in Hikaru's game. So Hikaru doubled the rooks. The king hid in the corner. Hikaru pushed with they blocked. Hikaru's bringing more pieces into the attack, and now Dominguez opens up on the opposite flank. Why is he moving the rook back?
I mean, this feels very close to what we were just looking at, right?
Could we not have tried to attack something? Oh, takes.
Nice ad.
Wow.
Placement.
And then the knight is undefended.
Can I just say, Hammer, that was a really nice line. I've been meaning to tell you, but I've kept forgetting the take. The little video of you and Howell rolling to the table for the monthly rating podcast or whatever it is so good. That trailer, or it's probably not a trailer, but guys, if you haven't seen it, you must. Like, my favorite part is when you're like on the chair, on like the tippy toes, rolling the chair forward. That gets me every time. So who thought of the idea behind the video?
Björn, I.
Very impressive. Very, very impressive stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, D4.
I just did what I was told. I can't really take a lot of credit for it.
But did you not say you were part of the brains coming up with the concept?
No.
Oh, so who did that?
Björn, I.
I thought you said Björn and I.
No.
That sounded a lot like someone and I to me.
I'll spell it out in chat.
Björn and I. Chat, I think. Who was with me, chat? I was so sure you had said this guy and me.
Hikaru's still trying to attack.
Yeah. And the question is, does black have to be worried?
There is the possibility of winning a pawn right now. Takes. Pawn up.
Mm-hmm.
That's tempting.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if I don't see any reason not to grab a pawn, I would probably just go ahead.
Hammer, I feel very bad because we have such long breaks here, but on the previous break, I finished my bottle of water and I put a new bottle of water out in the kitchen to take upstairs, but I left it there and I'm out of water and it's 30 degrees today. So
30, really?
it's 30, 29, 30, yeah.
Wow, it's 20 in Oslo. I'm
Lucky
actually
you.
pretty cool.
It's the first day of the Luxembourgish heat wave. So I'll quickly get my water. I'll be back in literally 1 minute. It's 2 floors though, so it takes a minute, but I'll be back.
In the meantime, I'll jump around a little with suddenly eval bar much in Aliresa's favor. Aliresa's still down a pawn, but we have the situation of the king safety. Neither king can feel safe on this board. Levon Aronyan thinks he's okay because he has this bishop protecting pawns in multiple directions. But Engine says, bishop h5? Really? Oh, I guess you need to move the bishop to open up for the queen to defend. Okay, that makes sense. Bishop moves to protect here.
Back.
Oh, that was less than a minute.
I ran. I'm out of breath. As I was coming up, I was like, why did I run?
Eval Bar now likes Aliresa's position, but I'm not understanding anything of this.
Yeah, I mean, I could look at this position for 2 hours, I feel, and still.
And Merson, he's gone for the draw choice against Maxim. So this game is going to end in a draw. Somehow these two are going to be traded at one point, and I don't really see anyone winning that. Still very unclear between Hikaru and Dominguez. Very much dependent now on whether Dominguez wants to try and grab a pawn in the center, or maybe he just wants to sit here and have a solid position. Vidit and Wesley, I guess a draw makes sense here. Wesley very slightly worse according to the eval, but I mean, that doesn't seem like much. Then we have Kostenyuk, who, wow, Kostenyuk is trying to attack even after the queens have been traded off. She is very true to her style, and I think it could work out here. I mean, if the pawn moves forward, takes, and here we can sack the bishop.
Wow.
Sack the bishop, come in with the rook. And it's checkmate somehow. Okay, it's not checkmate, but we get a fork to win the game.
Very nice line.
So Kostenyuk is attacking like crazy. And in Vadim's game,
not looking good.
Yeah, but what is the threat? Like, if the rook just moves, what are we scared of? Oh, if the rook F6 moves, just rook d1 maybe.
Oh, simple check. I was gonna take on f6 and just for what? Just to be fancy. But
well, that was pretty cool. Unfortunate that there's that was very nice. Going for the fork, but unfortunately the queen could sacrifice itself. Back. Okay. So Vadim just gives up his rook. Honestly, probably the best thing to do under the circumstances. He has a very big central pawn mass now. Maybe he can do something with that. So take with the king here, move the king up here, maybe try and maneuver the bishop into the center. It's definitely not over. Honestly, this might be the best position he's had all game.
I mean, he's been catching a lot of strays, as the kids say in the chat. He started off well yesterday, winning the first round, then 2 draws, but he's now lost 3 in a row. And this game, unfortunately, he's in big danger of making that.
Yeah, but look at this. White wants to prevent black from advancing their pawn mass in the center. But now instead, the black bishop gets into the center of the board. I genuinely think this is by far the best position he's had, because previously his king was in trouble with the white queen so close. Whereas now he's going to have the best placed piece on the board. Yeah, he has a bishop against a rook, but I feel like he's going to have decent chances there.
We will keep an eye on it for now. Let's go back to Hikaru.
Oh gosh, stuff has happened. So Dominguez couldn't look at that pawn for too long before deciding to just grab it. Hikaru then gets the pawn back with a question mark. And the question mark is because, wow, rook a5 targets the pawn on h5, and somehow that pawn cannot be defended.
What an unbelievable...
That came very out of nowhere, I feel.
Yeah, really out of nowhere. I think that's the kind of move that's so easy to miss from a distance. We already saw a response from Hikaru, and it is knight f3.
Knight back. Why can we not take this now? Ooh, trick. Well, I don't know if that even qualifies as a trick. Well, that was rather obvious.
I mean, we fell for it, so surely it is a trick.
The queen is under attack, and if the queen moves, the rook falls behind it. Now I'm wondering, why is the computer even happy about this for white? No, for black. I'm so confused.
I'm also confused. So...
If you cannot take this pawn, how is this not better for white?
But how are you going to defend it on the next move if I play the rook from e8 away? Let's say to a8.
Well, I was going to go g4.
Wow, when did you get so brave, Hammer?
What do you mean brave? I'm just protecting a pawn.
Yeah, and your king? Do you have no regard for that poor guy?
Oh, I mean, I just care more about my pawns. I'm a man of the people.
Very good comeback. Yeah, I mean, I can see why you would want to hold on to that pawn. We can see the computer does not approve. It wants rook a1 and start chipping away at the pieces surrounding the white king.
There's some concern about the knight coming in here, which I have some understanding of why we would maybe not want to have that happen.
For those of you in the chat willing Lenier to take the pawn, I'm afraid Lenier is a little bit too strong a player to fall for those tricks. And he goes queen e7 though, which maybe doesn't ask as many questions as rook a8, because once the queens come off, you probably can play g4 without having to fear for your life.
Yeah, seems reasonable. Also, Hikaru 8-minute time advantage. Hikaru probably going to want to keep the queens on here, considering the time situation. Computer feels the queen trade is best, but the queen back to keep the pawn protected, a good number 2. Just from a practical point of view, with the queens creating a lot of threats, I would say you want to keep the queens on when your opponent is so low on time.
And we saw Hikaru a second ago taking a bit of a look around, trying to judge the position, the games happening next to him. Well, one of the most exciting, without a doubt, of the match is Alireza Firouzjan against Levon Aronian. Hammer, I'm no nearer to understanding what's happening
I
here.
have no idea. It looks kind of winning for black, right?
Yeah.
How do you stop knight takes pawn next? And once the queen gets involved, pointing over here, then the king is going to be in trouble.
What is so funny to me, this position is so insane. And okay, we see the top 3 computer moves, and all of them lead to 0 zeros. but without any clear perpetual or repetition as far as I can
Yeah,
tell.
and all of them with very different plans. Computers saying knight here, and queen here are all good, but it's like the three moves trying to achieve three very different things. I'm so confused by this. Alireza also getting low on time, which is an issue. Yeah, I kind of declared this game a draw between
Volodar
MBL.
said not so fast. I'm still fighting.
Yeah, I don't believe. And then Wesley, I'm not sure I like that Vidit has managed to get his pawns this far up the board without Wesley really making any progress in return. Vidit's slightly better. And then Kostenjuk. This pawn formation is so weird.
Where is that attack?
Kostenjuk's pawns are awful. She has one pawn here, and then she's got slightly split up pawns here, doubled pawns here, and an isolated pawn on the edge.
I think that pawn on the edge should be red as well.
But yeah, you can't have two red next to one another.
No, I thought that those meant those are all isolated pawns in red.
I was just switching between the colors to kind of separate them as different pawn islands.
Then you didn't make yourself clear enough.
Yeah, that is true. In the meantime, Vadim did manage to establish his bishop in the center, but White has managed to open up a file on the edge of the board. And rooks love open files. And this rook is going to start targeting the pawn on a5, which is an issue. Let's go back to Hikaru. Hikaru did keep the queens on the board and now holds an advantage. So I think from a practical point of view, I think that was the correct call. He wants to make life as difficult as possible for his opponent, and that doesn't always mean you play the recommended move. But now he goes for the queen
now
trade.
He offers. I am once again very confused here. Why would the queen trade here favor him compared
Maybe here now he doesn't have to play g4 to protect the pawn on h5. So maybe he even after a queen trade, he didn't want to advance his pawns. Best guess.
Makes sense. Yeah, time situation. 30 seconds for Linier Dominguez. Linier Dominguez, who has a lot of experience playing a bunch of time down, but still never a safe strategy. Another look at Alireza trying to make sense of it all.
Apparently, the best move is to move the knight back. I think Alireza might win this. Knight back is never happening. This knight is committed to attacking.
What does knight b6 even do?
I guess it enables you to go knight c8.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, I think Levon is losing this. I'm with you.
No, I mean, if the best move is to go back, then you're in big, big trouble.
Also, if you speak. Hikaru, meanwhile, no queen trade. And queen c7 just played by Linier.
Can we sack something? Okay, now they're going back and forth. That's not a good idea. Or rather, we want more considering the time situation.
Oh, Hammer, let's rewind a couple of moves. Chat is pointing out that instead of queen b4 by Hikaru, there was the knight h6 you were talking about.
I was not talking about it, but we're back to that same moment.
Oh, it's the same.
No need to go back. Knight to f takes h6 is a possible move. If the knight is captured, the rook comes in, threat on the queen. Queen has to move, but then the rook captures on the side of the board. Problem is, after knight takes pawn, the black queen can instead take the white pawn on the edge. And then it's the question about who benefits from opening up on the edge of the board.
I mean, this is another very tricky match. Vadim Rosenstein is completely busted in his game as that bishop has lost its support in the center. White is making big progress. The black king has been kicked back. And wow, Levon just played knight b6.
Wow. He thought about it for 2 minutes, but he decided that I need to go back into defense. Very good play there from Levon, but it feels like Alireza is very close to something here.
I'm so impressed by Levon. So Levon is holding on for now.
And Vidit's advantage is increasing. Vidit is making very good
which is some big mistake by Divya, which is finally some good news for Team WR. Why is this move given a double question mark?
I don't get it.
I also do not get it.
Apparently rook b1 is good.
H6, but H6, G6.
So you're going to sack this pawn in order to have your rook point against this knight. Both players down to just a minute on the clock. Very thrilling finish we're about to witness. Merson apparently doing well against Maxim.
Told you, Hammer.
Maxim has blundered a pawn. Yeah, knight takes here, and then if rook takes, you get the check on the king, and then you take back.
And knight e4 was played, and
I mean, there is just action all over the place right now.
I mean, once again, we're back to what we said in an earlier match situation. I think Hikaru just has to win.
Alireza also played a double question mark, and here, if king moved up, the knight would be in trouble.
That was not easy to spot, though. Levon instead playing the more human rook d7.
And now the best move for Alireza is knight to e3, which just abandons the pawn on the edge of the board and allows the black queen to get back into play. Knight to e3 is completely impossible to find for a human, I think.
What an unbelievable game. This is one of the rare games I'll have to go back and play through just to understand what was going on here. Yeah, I mean...
Okay, and Alireza understandably does not want to let the black queen back into the game. Moves his knight back, so now the black queen has nowhere to go. It's equal on material, Fiona. It's they have the same amount of pieces.
That is something, at least. Unfortunately, bad news coming from Wesley So's board, where something seems to have gone.
So Wesley tried to attack the white pawn. The other white pawn pushed forward, and now there's a free path for Vidit to push. No, he just recaptures. I mean, do we not have this pawn under control? It seems to me like this one is not going anywhere.
Why
I'm very surprised this is winning for Vidit. So the bishop cannot attack this pawn, and now the white bishop tries to disrupt the rook.
I would just play bishop f3 and somehow try and push.
But now if you go here, then the king can attack the rook, because now you no longer have the bishop to give a check.
Oh my god, and rook e6 is such a nice shot here.
I still don't understand how this works.
Oh, how this... You think...
Oh, you just win the endgame, because there's this pawn as well.
Yeah. Did you just forget?
Wait. What? Wesley's down a pawn. Where did that pawn go? Oh. Yeah, this is what happened, Fiona. This is why I didn't understand anything. I just assumed that there was some black pawn still here. I hadn't realized that Wesley had lost a pawn in this.
And it's a crucial pawn as well with this white h1.
Why are we not getting moves on Hikaru's board? Oh, there's a ref. Why are you not following the camera, Fiona? There's a ref involved again.
I was so focused on following what's happening on the other boards.
2, 3. It's a threefold repetition.
And I think Hikaru allowed it without.
Yeah, it was an accident.
Accidentally allowed it. We can see him shaking his head. He might know already. And fast moves are coming in on Costanio Deshmok.
And Vida did find this bishop to g6 move, which probably means he spotted that rook takes pawn thing if the king attacks the white rook.
Alireza suddenly winning, for what it's worth.
That makes sense to me. It was very dangerous for Aronian all around, all the time.
So, but even an Alireza win might not be enough because Volodar Murzin and Vidit Gujarati seem to be winning. Hikaru's game, I think, will be declared a draw in a second when the arbiter... In a second or in 15 minutes. Time will tell.
Kosteniuk has sacrificed a knight, and somehow she's better. She has 3 pawns in trade for the knight, but the pawns are not super impressive.
I think Hikaru, especially after the previous round accident, he was not happy at all because the arbiter was asking him something. And I think Hikaru, my reading of the situation was, look, you just have to tell us yes or no. Like, there is nothing, like, you shouldn't even have to talk to me, really, right? Because their claim has been made and either it is correct or it's wrong. But anyway, yeah, Kosteniuk, do you think she has any...
I think she has winning chances, yes. I think it's a tricky position for Divya, especially considering the time. Her knights are very poor, and the Black King is unable to move forward. I think Kosteniuk is going to win this. And then Alireza just took Levon's rook. Oh, but Levon is getting his queen back into the game. Oh, but the knight is taken.
Can we do a quick material count? Is white up a rook?
Up a rook.
That seems good.
Yeah, and look at this. The bishop is getting involved in the attack on the Black King. It's over. Alireza is going to win it.
Okay, Alireza is winning, but that means that...
Wesley is down 2 pawns, but if he can get hold of this most advanced white pawn, then he's going to be good. Problem is the White King will just move
MVL!
up.
Miracle Worker MVL!
MVL has saved it?
I think so.
Yes. It's saved.
What does that even mean?
I don't know how that...
Alireza has won his game, so the match is currently tied 1.5, 1.5. If Vidit wins, then we still need a win either from Kosteniuk.
Yeah, but Kosteniuk can win. Kosteniuk can win.
But MVL apparently just blundered.
What? Oh my gosh. I didn't even realize this was still tricky.
No.
But of course it was. The king was approaching here. The rook was approaching here.
Yeah, I think we're not...
And Wesley lost as well.
Yeah. No. They need 2 points from a losing and a drawing position, which...
I still think Kosteniuk is going to win it.
Yeah, but MVL isn't going to win.
Well, he only needs a draw, right?
No, he needs to win.
No,
Because
Kostenjuk is going to win it.
yeah, but
A draw to tie.
Oh yeah, you are right. Sorry, my bad.
I think Kostenjuk is going to win it. So if MVL somehow can salvage a draw, Rook endgames famously always drawn.
He's also a master of endgames, MVL.
We're going to stick with this one for a little bit. To see if MVL can figure out something. And then I also think Kostenjuk's game is going to last longer than this one. And it's going to take a bit more time for Kostenjuk to get the win. But I'm very confident Kostenjuk will win, despite the computer being a pessimistic panda.
I like that one.
It's supposed to be an alliteration, and I just couldn't think of a name on P.
Panda is very cute. What is the winning strategy? Just push the pawn and then get a new
problem here. The king is being forced back. And the rook kind of needs to stay to protect here. So now just push. Okay, here's a draw. Oh my God, Fiona.
Oh.
Stalemate.
Wow.
Oh, he can definitely fall for that.
Wow.
Oh, that is definitely a thing. Okay, maybe rook up.
Wow.
Yeah, no. Merson is better than that. Because now if the king goes here, the king moves up. If the king goes... Oh, never mind.
I mean, rook g6 was a bit too much to ask for, I think.
Yeah. Merson is playing this endgame very well.
I mean, also Kostenjuk so far isn't making progress yet. Yeah, this isn't looking... I'm trying to... Actually, how did MG... So on the top board...
We'll go there after this.
Well, actually, there's only one game still going. The match is currently tied 2.5.
There's two games.
Oh. Yeah.
Fiona, there's two games.
Place. There are two games still going. We'll go there next.
Okay, Kostenjuk actually is not going to win.
Well, also MVL just resigned, so that match is done.
Okay.
So let's go to Alexander Danchenko and...
Well, first we're going to take a look at Harikrishna, but Harikrishna has two rooks and a pawn, while black only has a rook and a knight. So Harikrishna is going to win this, and that means there's only one game remaining in a tied match.
If Harikrishna wins, yeah, the match will be tied. And Alexander Danchenko, will he be the hero for Germany and France? I mean, it would be great news for Hikaru's team if someone takes down MGD1. That way there is bigger comeback chances. I mean, what is this? An extra pawn?
Yeah, both players trying to get a new queen on opposite sides of the board. White is closer to getting a new queen. So I don't know why the computer is so much in White's favor. Oh my God.
What?
Okay, engine went from being black is winning to white is winning very quickly there. Apparently the winning way was to force a trade between the rooks. In that way, you manage to keep the bishop on the board to make sure you cannot advance.
Once you see it, it's so obvious.
After this check, you need to sacrifice your rook in order to keep your bishop still making sure that the pawn doesn't advance. And now, somehow, the bishop actually maneuvers itself to stop the pawn.
I'm shocked that this is even a draw, but unfortunately for Donchenko and his team, a draw.
I mean, at some point, this was winning for white, it says. I don't understand that either.
With rook h8 instead of g8. How does that make?
Apparently, this was the idea. You need to sacrifice your rook here. I don't know.
Okay, that was very, very, very far from obvious.
Now white is just going for the draw.
Very practical decision by Leon-Luc Mendonça. I think Donchenko...
Oh, but he blundered.
Yeah, but
Donchenko is going for the win.
Yeah, but he had to, right?
No, a draw would tie the match, no?
No. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God, you're right. Sorry, Hammer. I don't know what's wrong with me. Okay, you are right.
And now rook to g7, the only good move, because you want to support the pawn's advance. But that's fairly obvious. He does go for it. And now the pawn can advance. The bishop will have to sacrifice itself. And now it's a race of whether the king can get back in time. Feels like the king is not going to make it. But turns out the king is just in time. The rook will have to stop the pawn. Then the king moves in. And you can check the king. And normally this is a draw. Normally this is a draw, Fiona, because the king hides in the corner and then it's stalemate. But because you have the extra F pawn, it's not a stalemate. The pawn can move, allowing white to move the king around, the rook around for a checkmate.
That's actually insane.
Sensational.
Wow.
But you can get a knight. You can get a knight. Because of the existence of this pawn, you can move the king up instead. And now, if you get a new queen, the rook will check and capture it, but you can get a knight instead.
The problem is the knight is never getting out, is it? Or is it?
I think it is. Because you go f4 next, and then you move the knight out.
How does this?
Okay, so rook g5 is clever because then you go after the pawn.
And you're threatening mate.
So rook here, if the king moves down, then you can grab the pawn and somehow this is winning. And if the king moves up, then your knight is trapped.
Yeah, I think he's going to find that. Suzanne, thank you so much for the 5 gifted.
Rook g1 is a difficult move in my opinion. He's got a minute to figure it out.
Rook g5, you said is.
Well, but the point is rook g1 after. But I guess he found it. Otherwise, he wouldn't play rook g5.
Out of curiosity, after king h4, if you take on f5, is that just a draw? Yeah, that is interesting. Wow, Arima!
Because then the knight gets out. And now the knight doesn't go out because the knight cannot move here. And now it's Zugzwang.
What a heartbreaking loss for Alexander Donchenko and Germany and France. Great news, though, for Team MGD1, who not only keep their lead, but might be extending it. I'm not totally sure. Maybe that's not true. Hammer, do we still have games ongoing?
Let me check. Yes. Mickey Adams is down 2 pawns against one of the Uzbeki youngsters. I guess this is the most important game still going on.
I think so. Let me. So in that, especially the match is currently tied 2.5, 2.5.
Oh,
so I think we
should
definitely watch this. In this match, we saw draws between Abdusattorov and Gawain Jones, draws between Sindarov and Vityukov. Kazimjanov against Sharic was a draw, and then Bulmaga lost to Kamdamova. And on the bottom board, Malcolm's mates, this guy. Oh no, they had a new amateur board come in. Never mind. So all hinges on the game between Nordibek Yakuboyev and Mickey Adams.
Should be winning for white fairly easily. 2 pawns up. The white king is fairly safe. The black king also could be checked in some moment, which will help the pawn advance on the opposite flank.
By the way, I was reading in the chat that last year WRHS didn't win the Team Rapid event either. Does anyone remember who won it? Because I have a memory of definitely seeing Team MGD1 on the top boards. I know it's something I could, if nobody knows, I'll check on the break, but I was just wondering.
Chat says Al Ain and Dubov team.
Oh, good call. Good call. Well done, chat. Excellent memory. How do we convert this?
I'm not sure.
It's one of those positions where just looking at it from here, the comfort of my own room with the eval bar saying +4, I can see I'm 2 pawns up. The black king looks in a not great spot. But then, you know, I actually think, okay, and what would I do? And suddenly things are a lot trickier. A great question in the chat from Roly Polyvol. Does WRHS have a chance at winning at all? I think so, but I think a few things will have to fall in place. They will have to probably win all their remaining matches. And, well, Team MGD obviously will have to drop some points along the way.
I mean, there's 5 matches left. Yeah. So I would say the chance is definitely there.
So after this round, Team MGD1 will have a 4-point lead over them. So
but they didn't play the Hexamine team, right?
They have.
The problem is that both Hexamine needs to lose 1 match, and the Indian team needs to lose 2.
Yeah.
Which is a bit of an ask.
I mean, it's still possible. Like, there are still some strong teams up there. So it's possible, but yeah, definitely not looking the likeliest.
Mickey Adams is doing a very good job of making life difficult. I actually think the White King should start running. But this is the tricky part of Queen Endgames, is that it's so difficult to know. There's so many checks in against your king that you're not entirely sure when to
run.
Yeah. Now eval bar is saying actual decent drawing chances. Although to be fair, the thing I was suggesting here was also not something the computers was very impressed by. No, it was the right idea.
Yeah. It's crazy that the king on e7 there is escaping the checks. Did Mickey play queen e2?
No.
King h7.
But I don't think it really changes the status quo. The big question here is what happens if queen b6? Because white needs to play a move that prepares the pawn to advance yet another step. None of these queen moves really does that. Wow, f5 is wild. f5 just giving away the pawn, knowing that if the pawn is captured, you can go and trade queens. I wouldn't be confident from afar that this pawn endgame was winning even.
Not at all.
Another chance for queen e2, but king h7 is then a second time same position.
What do you think, Hammer? Is Yakuboev gonna win that?
Wait. Where was the queen? Queen A2.
You think we're very close
One?
to a tree folder?
No. Mickey could have moved his king up and it would have been the second time same position. Although this he did was decent as well. A computer now feels Mickey has saved it. I'm not understanding. What do you do here? Oh, and you can't escape further forward because then your king gets skewered. Oh, gosh. Oh, and apparently now you can check the king forever because you have d5.
Oh, so now it's
that's not even very difficult.
No.
You see that the king cannot escape into the center. Mickey made it. Oh my gosh. And such an important draw for his team.
Unbelievable. In fact, well, we're gonna see the draw appear here any moment. So a 3-3. This was quite an important match actually between the third and fourth seeds. Malcolm's mates again against Uzbekistan, and well, I don't think we have any more games going on after this one.
And do you think we'll be back on the normal schedule now?
I think so. I mean, there's 18 minutes, right, until the schedule starts, which should be enough, especially considering they are on 5 minutes.
We have the standings on the screen right now. The team that just defeated Hikaru's team, Hexamind, one of the pre-tournament favorites, they are the only ones 2 points behind Team MGD1. And yeah, the good news is that after a couple of disappointing rounds, Hikaru's team is going to get an easier opponent now. The bad news is that they rely on other results going their way to win the championship.
That they do. Will be back with the final round of today. I was refreshing chess results to see if pairings were up already by any chance, but not yet. So Hammer and I are gonna take our final break of the day. We'll be back on top of the hour for the final round. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you soon.
Tuesday nights, I give lessons at my house in case, just to help you out.
Nice.
What was?
Good chin rub.
Oh, leave his rub alone.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 8, the final round of the day. And in this round, Hikaru's team WR Chess are facing berries from Kazakhstan. I don't know, it's probably not pronounced berries, but it is what we're gonna call them. And Hammer, yeah, unfortunately, the tournament not shaping up so great as WR Chess fell to another defeat. So they are pretty much in a must-win every one of the remaining 5 matches, surely.
Yeah, but at the same time, the team's so strong. Winning the last 5 is not out of the question. This Kazakh team should be a fairly easy one to brush aside. But there's also some excitement happening on the top board with the team MGD1 playing Hexamind. And I'm not sure what result we're hoping for there. I'm thinking probably a tie or a win for Hexamind. If MGD1 wins here and has a 3-point lead going into the final day, not to mention a 4-point lead on Hikaru's team, that's going to be very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, so we'll keep a close eye on those 2 matches, of course, Hikaru's match and the top match between Hexamind and Team MGD1. Tomorrow is the last round of this event with 4 more games, 4 more matches to be played. We will start at the same time as we did yesterday and today. That is 2 p.m. London time, 3 p.m. Central Europe. And for all non-Europeans in the chat, you can do the math.
Really?
Yourselves.
9 a.m. Eastern and 6 a.m. Pacific. I'll do the math for you Americans. Don't worry.
But what did you even say?
9 a.m. Eastern and 6 a.m. Pacific.
Seems right. India, I think we can also do. Isn't that what, 3.5 hours? 6:30 in India? Let's see.
I think it's 3.5 now, but at some point in the year, it's 4.5.
So it's
which makes
India
it trickier.
Right now, it's 3.5 now. So, yeah, 6:30 in India. Any other time zones you want to know? Just fact check the hammer.
China, 6 hours from Europe.
Didn't know that. China is the country that famously has one time zone only, right?
Yes. There's a very interesting map I found the other month that has kind of like how bad your time zone is compared to the sun's actual position. I thought it was quite interesting.
What are some of the losers of that map?
Well, it depends on what you like, right? Do you like to have the sunsets in the evening? Do you like to have everyone has a sunset and a sunrise. It's just that the
I like a later sunset. I don't wake up so early in the morning, so I like more daylight in the evening rather than the morning.
Yeah. So probably that's not what that map was analyzing, because it was more about the correct, if you can say anything like that.
Okay, so who are the wrong countries? Who is doing it?
So you would like to have someone who's behind, right? So something like Spain would be good for you, right? Because Spain is to the west of the UK, but they're on a time zone to the east of UK. So Spain would then have a very late everything.
You know what? Actually, these days my mother is in Corsica, where I'll be next week, and we spend a lot of time there. And when I call her from Luxembourg in the evening, like at 9, let's say shortly after 9 p.m., it's still completely bright here and it's completely dark down there. And I mean, Corsica is pretty much on the line, right, with Luxembourg. So how do you explain that?
That's a north-south issue. That's part of the reason why in northern Norway the sun never sets in the summer. That's a different thing.
That's a different thing. They also are a bit more to the east. Does that? It's not actually.
It affects a little bit, but not nearly as much.
Okay. Learned something new again.
Yeah.
Luxembourg is luxurious, says M. Burns. Have you ever been to Luxembourg? Who in the chat has ever been to Luxembourg? Hammer, have you ever been to Luxembourg?
You never invited me, no. I've never been to Corsica either.
Wow, my two homes. You're hereby cordially invited. Unfortunately, we don't have that many great chess events. Maybe one day, I'll hire you as a coach. We can do a training camp.
I'll be the Luxembourg Chess Olympiad coach.
You already know our top player, so.
Wiedenkeller?
Yeah.
He's driven me halfway across Sweden. I'm familiar.
Jaren is saying we had to do.
Do you play for the open section team for Luxembourg?
I have twice, but when we have a women's team, I play for the women's team. So on the 2 occasions I played on the open team, we didn't have a women's team.
How many people are you in Luxembourg? Do you even have 4 female players?
Oh, we have plenty. It's just many times a lot of women are not interested in playing the Olympiad for one reason or the other. We have in total around 600, something over 600K. There's plenty more chess players here than people imagine. We're just, what we're lacking is not chess players. What we're lacking is good chess players.
Press and company excluded.
Jaren is saying that he had a report on exotic countries to do, and he got assigned Luxembourg. Yeah, I mean, Luxembourg, I never really thought of us as an exotic country, but
nothing about Luxembourg is exotic, I think. But I'll look up the dictionary definition.
Give me something I can work with from the dictionary.
Originating in or characteristic of a distant foreign country.
I mean, maybe for the US, it would.
I had no idea exotic was based on where you're from yourself. So I guess Norway is exotic for any sort of Asian country, right? Southeast.
Yeah, I also thought that exotic would mean like warm, like a warm place somewhere. Like I always pictured exotic like a little island, you know, in
because
the middle
we're
of the
from
ocean.
a cold place. Yeah. And apparently if you're from a warm place, exotic means something different entirely. I thought we had better words than words that actually depend on where you're from.
We learned something new again. Thank you, Jaren. And actually we have Fide to thank for all the things we are learning. I mean, what did I say to you guys? We'll be back top of the hour. Games start 5 minutes after that. What is going on?
I mean, we know there was a slight delay in the previous round, but all the games.
I mean, not even the previous round. It was round freaking 2. Right? The delay was in round 2. I think there was plenty of time.
I thought one of the big points of having a fixed schedule was that it would be very kind of convenient for the players to know I'll be back at that point. But if you're going to have a fixed schedule and then still kind of have the starting times vary with depending on situations that arise, then we could have just not had the 30-minute breaks during the other rounds games.
Yeah. Someone. I was thinking, Hammer. Sometimes when we do this coverage, my sense of time gets so. Because Luther the King was saying Hammer's still analyzing Tree of a Kind, and I was thinking to myself, did that happen today or was that yesterday? I think it was today, but I'm honestly not even sure. Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Block says the arbiters are probably still setting the clocks. That was today.
That was definitely today. I mean, I will save that video, and when I have a bad day, you know, when I feel I'm not good at my job or something, I'll go back to that video and I'll think to myself, still better at my job than this guy. I feel like in general I feel a little bit bad. I do feel a little bit bad for talking so much.
You've been talking a lot of shit today.
Yeah.
Like you've been way out there.
The thing is, I've never seen that arbiter. I have no idea who he is at all, so it's easier to talk smack when you're talking about someone I'm sure the man has a family, you know, maybe I should go easy on him. But I mean, it was too outrageous, Hammer. It was just simply too outrageous. I think I could have figured it out faster than he did. Chris Bird, of course, is a great arbiter. He's not the only one. We have, for all the shit we talk about the arbiters, we have some good ones. I think the point we're making is we don't have enough. We don't have enough good arbiters.
I thought Chris was by far the best arbiter there is. And then he disqualified Wesley for the notes thing. And then I was like, yeah, I guess technically you're right. But anytime chess games are decided by anything other than what happens on the board, I'm not too happy about that. And I feel like the arbiter's job is kind of just to never get noticed. And whenever you get noticed, you're probably already in a bit of trouble.
I actually, Hammer, I have a great arbiter story for you, but I can't tell it on air. But just since it popped into my mind, you should remember to ask me because I'll probably forget. But it's a good one.
We have players on scene and a different layout of the boards than what we're used to. This is what it's come to. We've been kicked down so far down in the standings, in the venue, that we're now playing 6 straight games next to one another.
On the Kazakh team, I mean, since we have Alireza in the foreground and we'll get to Hikaru's game, we'll keep it open, we'll get there in a sec. I think his opponent is the only player I know, if I'm not mistaken, the reigning junior champion who's playing there against Alireza. And Hikaru, the Sicilian, we don't see it all that often, but it comes out here as Hikaru is very clearly going for the win.
Yeah, no more be solid with black from Mr. Jan Gustafsson. Here, Hikaru's playing aggressively from the start, but I don't love the fact that he allowed the advance of the white pawn in the center. Normally in this position, you push the pawn 2 steps forward, I think. I should know this stuff. I play it as white. No, normally you go with the bishop forward. But instead moving the knight in, Hikaru's provoking the opponent into pushing their pawn forward. If that pawn gets captured, you just increase the pressure with the white bishop pointing down on the black king. I'm guessing Hikaru was intending to push his knight up on the edge of the board. Like something like this could be very enterprising, where he wants his knight to be captured so that he opens up for his rook and queen along the edge of the board. Instead, Hikaru's opponent just protected the pawn that was under attack, and then Hikaru returns to more familiar play. In fact, Hikaru played this himself during the Norway chess tournament recently, but then he had the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana.
You make a very good point, Mr. Hammer.
Were you doing commentary during that round, Miss Stale Anthony?
I wasn't. I actually wasn't. I was thinking it as you said it. But didn't Hikaru also play some kind of Alapin against someone else? Because when I said you make a good point, suddenly I realized I have commented on an Alapin not so long ago, but I didn't comment on any of the games against Hikaru. So anyway, moving on.
I don't really remember how the Hikaru game went. It was something like e5 takes on e5 somehow. But Hikaru goes in a different direction by pushing the other pawn forward. And now I think it's pretty common to move the knight out. Because if you push the pawn forward now, black gets very good control of the light squares on the board.
Actually, Hikaru played, it's coming back to me, the Alapin against Arjun in the second last round. A delayed Alapin, he played c3 on move 3. Because I remember discussing it with Niels, so that is when I saw the Alapin. So something that Hikaru had looked at for Norway just now, he's on the other side of the board. What is it about d5? Are we fine with losing that tempo, moving the pawn first to d6 and then to d5?
Yeah, the position has completely changed compared to when we pushed the pawn forward previously, and now Hikaru is trying to set up his pawns on the light squares because he's already got his bishop into the game. The pawn did push forward. Hikaru retreats. Ooh, this is interesting. One of the recommended moves, pawn to e6, sacrificing the pawn, but then saying that the black pieces get kind of stuck. And also by sacrificing the pawn, you've opened up for your rook against the black king. That's very high level. I don't really see white doing that here. And when Hikaru gets to play pawn to e6, he can be reasonably happy that he got his bishop out and that this is kind of like the classic strategy, right? That you get your bishop into the game. The bishop is no longer blocked by its own pawns. And then you put all your pawns on the light squares to compensate for the fact that you no longer have a light squared bishop.
And Veen, thank you so much for printing out the live board. We will get Jaren to flip that in a second.
For once, it's not me not flipping the boards.
I know. I know. So we'll get the live board flipped very shortly. We can't do it ourselves, but it will be. There it is. Thank you, Jaren. And I mean, the fact that White is still thinking, do you think he might be considering this e6?
Nah. When you're playing Hikaru Nakamura, you're not going to be like, oh, let me just weirdly sacrifice a pawn in the center of the board. I don't see that happening. Maybe if you're a very brave person, but I cannot, I cannot identify with such thoughts.
I mean, they are young chess players are supposed to be brave. Erdo Magnus.
I'm just happy that my nickname is still there, Fiona. A couple of years from now, you're gonna struggle pronouncing his real name because you're just gonna have the Erdo Magnus.
Unless he becomes really good, in which case we'll all learn how to say it properly. Because I remember the days when Pragnananda first started making waves, and I was commentating when he played in the Isle of Man, and he took out, I want to say, one of the very strong Latin American players, not Pichot, but the other. Anyway, doesn't matter. And when we had to, I was commentating with Simon, I love Simon, but he's terrible at pronouncing names to begin with. He also has a bit of dyslexia, which doesn't help. And we just saw that long ass name and we were like, what in the world is this? I think Simon had dubbed him like double Anand or something, because it's like Anand, Pragnanand. So in the early days, we just saw the Anand, right? But yeah, double Anand didn't stick. Let's see if Erdo Magnus does better.
He's really taking his time here.
He really is. The amount of nonsense I've talked about since this young man was thinking is pretty impressive.
Let's take a look around. I'm actually going to start in the top match we're a bit excited about. Merson on top board, which means Hexamide is resting their number one player. Merson has usually been on the second board, right?
And the top board is Aronian.
Aronian is resting for this very important match. I guess he got a bit of a beating after that loss against Firouzja in the previous round. Equal-ish position, maybe slightly better for white. This looks also equal-ish. Anishgiri.
Sorry, Hammer. 6 cheese just gifted 550 subscriptions in the chat. And I think 6 cheese already dropped a huge sub bomb during Norway chess. So 6 G's. I said it during Norway. I like cheese even more now. Hammer, aren't you the weirdo who doesn't like cheese? Oh my God.
I'm not the only one, I swear. There are more of us. But, you know, other people are just better at hiding it.
What should 6 G's rename to that you will like him more? Or them?
Broccoli.
6 broccoli. I'm sorry.
You're already having a bit of a rough day, and I'm not making it better, am I?
No. But your funniest line, it was right when we started. You said something about Ali Reza when he played Bishop F1. It was so funny. I can't remember. It'll come back to me, maybe. You've been on fire today.
Anyway, Anish is up a pawn. And yet the computers are favoring Black's position because Anish has a supreme lack of dark squared control. Very interesting game going on there. Pranav, is that the Pranav we like? It is
Which
Buddy.
Pranav do we not like?
It is Buddy Pranav. But are we cheering for his team? We're not, right? We actually would like him to lose.
Speaking of Pranav, I said earlier that Kazabek on the top board against Hikaru in Hikaru's match is the reigning world junior champion. I was wrong. I was corrected in the chat. There's been another world championship since, and the reigning junior world champion is this young man, V Pranav. Also known as Bunny Pranav.
Buddy.
Oh, I know, I was joking because you misspoke.
Someone said Bunny. Okay, I'm not sure. I'm not sure who's leading here, but there are some interesting positions. Let's stick with Hikaru's team. Ali Reza is worse. Okay, Maxim is. Why is Maxim playing the exchange French?
More poisonous than it looks, Hammer.
Oh, it's not the exchange French. It's just a look-alike it. Okay, Maxim is up a pawn, but his opponent has bishops, so I'm a bit torn. Hikaru's position. Oh my God, we got so many moves. I'm gonna flip the board and see. So Hikaru's opponent ended up just trying to defend his advanced pawns in the center. And Hikaru actually managed to keep his light squared bishop. I thought for sure that bishop was going to get traded with the knight at some point. Oh, but he didn't get to keep the bishop because it got traded off after. These positions here, they are generally considered quite good for white. Even though white technically has the wrong bishop, the bishop moving on dark squares and all of white's pawns being on dark squares as well. It's just that white has a chance to create an attack on the flank using the fact that the pawns are a bit more advanced on that side. And after h6, king g2, good move, getting ready to get the rook over here. Queen e8 was the top choice from the engine. I don't know if that was obvious, but Hikaru played it fairly quickly.
I mean, Hikaru didn't just make that move fairly quickly. I think it's clear he wants this day to be done with ASAP. He's not spent any time at all, basically. Still has almost 15 minutes on the clock.
But it could be that he's just happy with the situation, no?
And that he knows, I mean...
I think he knows something, because this queen move was not obvious.
Mm.
So I think the idea is that if pawn to f5, then takes queen here, maybe? I don't know. It has something to do with moving this pawn, I think. Okay, so Hikaru could have gone pawn to f6. Yeah, this is it. So Hikaru could have gone pawn to f6, but if he had done that there, it would have allowed the bishop to come in, capture the pawn, and then the queen comes in for the check, and it's a draw, but turns out it's not a draw because you can sacrifice the knight to open up the h file, and the king is caught.
Knight g5, really nice shot.
Which is why Hikaru goes queen here to control this square and then push the pawn to attack the center. That was pretty clever.
I mean, I'm with you. I think Hikaru knows something. He probably knew about this queen e8 move, and well, here comes what you were saying. It must be connected as well to the f pawn push.
Yeah.
Computer doesn't like it though.
Yeah, the computer feels like that now in the long term, white can set up some sort of a knight over here and get the pawn forward. So I guess Engine was basically saying that in the long run, white could try and set up this knight on f4 supported by the pawn on h5, which prevents the black pawn from attacking the knight, because every time you do that, it's an en passant. But that was a lot of maneuvering, and Hikaru's opponent would rather have the immediate pressure down the center of the board, but Hikaru recaptures with the rook so that his pawn is protected. And wow, look at this. Suddenly Hikaru is the one using the opening here on the king side to put his rook, queen, and rook number 2 all on the same file.
How quickly these situations can turn. I mean, white made what looked like sensible moves, and the tide just changed like that. Hikaru's advantage is growing bigger with every move here. But how are you gonna, I mean, can you ever sack on f4?
Yeah, it looks like you can. So let's say something like pawn to a3, which I think is a pretty normal move, trying to prevent some kind of knight moving up, takes the bishop, queen comes in as well, and now you're threatening queen check. So if rook takes here, queen check, pressure on the king, king has to move, and then you get to capture the knight. But if you move the knight, which is the sensible thing to do, then you move the knight away from the center of the board. Now the knight comes in, the knight attacks the rook has to move, but then, the bishop comes in, and suddenly everything is falling apart. Oh, I even blundered the knight, and even after blundering the knight, the computer thinks black is better. That's wild.
Tells you just how good this position is.
And Hikaru still hasn't used any time. Poor kid.
And he's away from the board as well. Or is he just leaning back? Maybe it's just leaning back. Let's see, maybe Duda's game. See if he recovered to that painful loss to David Anton.
Let me see here. I would say the answer is no. Jan Shistov right now up a pawn, but he has no development of his queen side. And in fact, the computers are liking black's position. That's crazy. And if you do something like trying to open up on the queen side, can you go bishop here, attack here, and open up here?
Looks interesting, but apparently there's even stronger. But this looks very, very tempting as well.
Now, if you just take everything, it's checkmate. The rook coming in and
spanker.
Your words, not mine. I guess I said it in a slightly different.
In a classier. A touch of Norwegian class.
Circumstances yesterday. No, this is not looking amazing for Duda. And Kostenyuk for some reason, is worse according to the engine.
Honestly,
Well,
these
her opponent
matches
has the
are.
bishop pair, but Kosteniuk has the 2 pawns in the center of the board. So I kind of like Kosteniuk's position here, even if the computer feels white is better.
I think these matches are often quite tricky where, you know, you've had a bad run as a team. You're like, okay, let's just win this last match quickly and go and have dinner. And it's sometimes hard to bring your full focus into those matches. Look at them sitting all next to one another like sardines. How could they be playing their A game?
Good news from Vadim's board. He can move his knight up, attack the queen, and then when the queen moves away, we can continue attacking the queen. And when the queen moves away, oh, there's a fork at the end of it.
Wow, that's
the knight
really
comes
nice.
in, attacking both the queen and the rook.
Very nice, but maybe not so easy to spot from a distance. Or what do you think?
I don't think you need to spot it from a distance. Because what else are you? It's so tempting to move the knight up to attack the queen, even if you're a one move threat. Pepega, is that the correct word? I've never used the word Pepega before. But even if you're a one trick Andy like Fiona, you're just gonna want to attack the queen always, and it's all just captures the entire way.
Wasn't Pepega like controversial? Didn't Pepega become controversial, or what's the?
I've been out of the game for a couple of years, Fiona.
No, what was the one that got controversial? One emote was literally changed.
One trick Andy, but Andy isn't even an alliteration with a one.
PogChamp, that's the one. Thank you, Liam. PogChamp was like the guy said some things and then his emote was turned into a crocodile or whatever. Did you hear that story?
No.
But you know the PogChamp emote, like it was the guy with the mouth wide open. Like, oh.
Can you do that again to just remind me?
Do you know now? I think I did a pretty good job.
I think the mouth was a bit bigger than what you managed.
So that guy, PogChamp, he said some things that were not nice. I don't know. And the big mouth emote was replaced by the crocodile PogChamp.
Okay. Yeah, no, clearly I've been out of the Twitch game for a while. I mean, kick game for a while. Please don't fire me. I'm gonna go back to Hikaru's game because I'm afraid Hikaru's just gonna sack something and the game is gonna be over.
Well, chat was telling us about a blunder alert.
Well, blunder is a bit rough, but as long as rook takes bishop is among the top computer moves, I feel like Hikaru's in a very interesting position. So what's the idea here? Take, queen check? No. Take, knight f6, that's wild. Just maneuvering the knight towards the f4 square to try and get some attacks here.
Crazy.
You're going to be a pretty cool customer if you're going to just give up a rook without really having to. Instead, Hikaru's moving out here on the opposite flank.
Which makes a whole lot of sense.
If he can push the white queen away from the defense of the bishop, then it's going to be easier to just brute force capture and sacrifice to open up in front of white's king.
The thing is, you can't really stop knight c4, can you? Because you can never play b3. I mean, I'm sure you can play b3, right? With the pin on the knight on c3.
It seems questionable. It's not just that you need to get the queen away, you also have to get the rook behind the queen.
So that's not going to be an option. And Well, there is no other
He's
way.
down to 2 minutes. Hikaru, I mean, to be fair, last time it wasn't really his fault that his game finished so early, but this time it will be his fault. If he wins this in less than, well, I guess it can't be less than 10 minutes because the opponent's been thinking for over 15. But
it will be one of the faster games, I think.
For sure.
Shall we go back to Vadim? Chat is going wild about Mr. Rosenstein.
Okay,
Takes a lot of scrolling.
He got it. He got it exactly how we said it was going to go.
Very nicely done. Could they get the sweep in this round? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible. If Vadim and Hikaru is going to bring home the bacon to begin with, I think Kostenyuk, she's just so good in the quick time formats, even if, now the computers even feel like she has the better of it. So Kostenyuk is doing good. Duda is up a pawn. Okay, now he's no longer up a pawn even. Duda might be the problem for the clean sweep. But Hikaru is looking good. Maxim is looking decent. Computer is giving very good percentages for Maxim, but how are you defending this thing? Okay, so the knight defends the pawn, but then the bishop comes to attack the knight. I suppose you could just move the knight back and keep the defensive strat. Honestly, not a bad idea, because then you also open up for the bishop to attack. Can I
also just go knight e6? I can't, but why not?
Take. King f7.
And okay, rook e1.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I want to play knight d5 next.
Yeah, I can see why you would want to do that. Maybe bishop d6. I don't know. I'm going to check the engine. Rook b2. Okay, that was not super obvious. Oh, Maxim is sacrificing his knight in the center of the board. Oh my gosh. And then if bishop comes in to recapture, he attacks the rook. And if the rook moves, you come in and win the other bishop. Oh, wow. That was fantastic from Maxim. And
Maxim
now C7.
wants to beat Hikaru to it for the first win. They have a big competition now between MVL, Rosenstein, and Hikaru. Who will get the first win?
Normally, you should never trade to a bishop and a knight for a rook. But Maxim did it, and frankly, it's looking like it was a really, really good plan from him. Because he managed to trade off all the right pieces and put himself in a position where suddenly he had a pawn one step away from becoming a new queen. That was some great calculation there from Maxim.
Very nice work. Meanwhile, what's happening in Hikaru's game?
Hikaru got his knight up in a threatening position. There's no more rook sacks against the bishop because the bishop retreated. Hikaru's opponent is down to less than a minute on the clock. I think Maxim is going to win the race. I don't see any clear cut.
Why are you discarding Vadim like that?
Oh, I forgot about Vadim. Oh, look at this. He didn't even take the rook. Oh, what a stud. He could have taken the rook, but he says, no, I'm going to go for the king instead. And that was actually the recommended move by the chess engine. and now he brings the queen into the attack as well. Nothing stopping knight takes pawn on the next move.
This might be it.
Yeah,
Leading the way.
Queen takes pawn, knight check, then you knight, you have to sacrifice. And at the end of the day, you're up by, well, a rook.
Surely this will lead to resignation.
I would think so.
This was a really impressive. I know people in the chat have, made all sorts of jokes. It wasn't Vadim's best day, but this was a really, really impressive game, actually.
Just having control of the open file, having the more active pieces inside black's half, and then finding the right moment to make trades and make space for the knights to get in. Very well done. And in the meantime, Hikaru is actually thinking, and Maxim is progressing nicely. Why can we not take this pawn?
Maybe some rook d7?
Oh, no, we can just trade rooks.
Oh, that's easy.
Yeah, fair enough. Kostenyuk is still fighting the two bishops, which is not optimal. Her opponent is getting pretty low on time, though. And Alireza, I forgot about Alireza for a bit, but Alireza has done a great job of controlling important squares. He's established his knight in a position where it cannot be chased away by the white pawns because he always has the en passant to prevent the advance. And Alireza also has great control here in the center, and in particular the e5 square, not to mention the fact that white has placed all their center pawns on the light squares, which is interrupting their light squared bishop.
Meanwhile, in a galaxy far, far away, on board one, Lenier Dominga is about to get a huge win for Team Hexamind against MGD.
Hare Krishna has lost his queen for a knight.
That is not good.
He didn't even get the bishop. It's literally just a knight for a queen. Wow.
And in the match elsewhere, I mean, Divya Deshmukh is doing quite well against Stavroula, and Vidit is doing well, so the Indians don't write them off just yet.
Well, both Vidit and Divya is playing for the non-Indian team. So the Indians are taking down their own.
Oh.
You almost got it, Fiona.
So close.
So close. You were on the right track.
I'll be happy when this day is over.
You're having a rough one.
I've had fun. I've had fun.
Yeah.
You know?
We're making fun of all your mistakes, and that means the mistakes are less significant because at least we're getting a good laugh.
Exactly. What's more important, a good laugh or making a fool of you? I'll take, all of us having a laugh any day. Okay, back to Hikaru's match. Still no winner.
Hikaru's been thinking for 5 minutes. What is this? Is he at least at the board? Yeah, he is. Computer wants Hikaru to take the bishop, then come in with a check, and then target this pawn. Maybe the other way around was better. First bishop back. Oh, apparently he should sacrifice in front of the white king and then open. I don't know. This feels kind of tricky.
Yeah, I don't think that's what it is. It would be very flashy, but I don't think that's what
Okay, so he does take the... Oh! He's halfway there, Fiona. If he now finds bishop takes pawn, that is game over in knockout fashion. He doesn't find it though. Still, good move. Check on the king. Trying to force the king away from the defense of this important defensive pawn. Apparently, the best thing for white is to stay close to this pawn by moving the king up.
And then does e5 still... Well, never mind.
Knight takes pawn, queen takes, and then you don't go bishop c5 because I was like, oh, this looks nice. Turns out this is only nice if your bishop was protected, which it was not. So instead, the point is to start capturing these pawns in front of the white king. Not super obvious, but you know, Hikaru's pretty good, so he might find it anyway. Oh, he already did. Never mind.
Already did. Knight d4. And looks like he can still win the competition for who wins first.
That's wild, considering he spent 5 minutes for a single move there. But he's got it. The attack on the knight actually doesn't have anywhere good to go. And if the knight moves up, you can just trade the rooks because the queen comes in for the checkmate. In the end,
it's going to be very close, though, because Vadim just played knight g5. So mate is very close, and his opponent is under a minute. So a
we
big
need to
race.
check the camera.
Big race
VAR.
right now. I hadn't even thought of the camera hammer.
That's why I'm here.
I know.
Okay, Hikaru can now take a rook and threaten checkmate. Oh, no, it's not checkmate. But Hikaru at this point is already up by 2 pawns, and he has a continuing attack against the white king. Feels like it should be enough. And also his opponent is down to 10 seconds. Hikaru can now take another pawn.
Oh, actually, Vadim has already won. At least our ticker here says, oh, the game is over. Vadim is the winner of the first winner competition.
Well done, him.
Hikaru should follow suit very soon, as should MVL. So those two still in a race for the second place on the podium. And I don't think it's going to be a clean sweep. But can't get too greedy, can we?
Well, at this point, I'm starting to think the individual points might actually matter. When you've lost against 2 of your closest competitors, you need as many points as you can get elsewhere. Hikaru's just making trades. He'll be up by 3 pawns at the end of all of this, and I suspect 3 pawns is enough for him to win it. He might even just go for a queen trade now.
Sorry, Hammer, I left you from control Fing in the regulations to see what is the first tiebreaker. Is it, are match points important, or is it direct encounter first?
And Hikaru gets the win. It's confirmed on the relay, and we're going to see it on the camera.
But MVL was first. MVL was first. He was already out of there. So Hikaru giving his team a 3-0 lead. 3 wins, 3 games remaining. Shall we check in with Alireza?
Yeah, let's. When I find it. Here we are.
Regulations are too long. Homework for another day. Rook F3 just been played.
Alireza's king is a bit more exposed than it was earlier. I was saying it was such a bad thing that white had all their central pawns on the light squares, but they somehow managed to trade one of the central pawns, which has made the position a bit easier. That being said, that's a good move from Alireza. Alireza is trying to provoke the trade of queens, which will enable his pawn to just race through the middle of the board. I like that. And also his king. So here, even if the knight captures on the edge, I feel like Alireza can just rush his king up. Alireza down a pawn, but his pieces are joining the fight so quickly. And then the pawn in the center is going to be such an important factor.
Hammer! It has just dawned on me to Google Hexamind and find out where that company, I mean, I figured it was a company name. Do you know where the company is from?
Let me check who their players are. Dutch?
They're actually Indian, so we have an all-Indian clash on board one.
Ah.
So the Indians, I mean, Vidit and Divya, when we were saying, well, they're not playing for the Indians. In fact, they are playing for the Indians, just different Indians. Learned something. We learned a lot today, too. It doesn't even say anywhere on chess results which country a team is from, right? You just kind of have to guess.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's...
minus 11 in chat is saying the sixth board on the MGD1 team is on 8 out of 8.
Quick fact check. That is correct. Wow.
The new Pingbo.
You butchered it so much I can't even remember. Pangbo.
Pingbo. I said Pingbo. That was not the greatest mistake made on the broadcast today.
No, it was. That's true.
It was one vowel wrong.
If Hexamind wins, Hikaru's team will only be 2 points behind the leaders. That's not true, is it?
I believe it is. Checks out in my mind.
No.
My mind has been working better than yours, Fiona.
No, but Hexamind, if they win, they will be on 12. No, on 13, sorry.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Someone asked earlier in chat if I was drunk. I actually have been home for 8 days. I haven't had one drop of alcohol. Maybe that's maybe that's what it does to me. Maybe it's what do you call it? Withdrawal.
You only drink when you're traveling?
Yeah,
someone in chat says Kostenyuk is winning, which I think is a bit of an overstatement. But she has a pawn. She's going to try and push through the middle. Also, Duda is no longer way behind on development.
Nor on the clock. He's actually up. Maybe we can stay here. Only 10 seconds for the player with the black pieces.
Bishop b6, trying to trade off that bishop, I would say. And then bishop moves, trying to avoid the trade, and then kick the bishop again. Probably up here. Ooh, actually, that's a big mistake. F6, then bishop check. And you kind of get forced out on the edge here. Your knight might be in trouble.
Yeah.
Okay, all of that did happen.
Bishop c4 surely will be
The 6-0 sweep is still on
the cards.
Yeah. And now Duda is bringing his king in. He needs to take out this black pawn. The black pawn is one step away from becoming a new queen, but we have a blockader, which is doing very, very well. Maybe at some point we want to get the bishop trade. I'm liking this move now. Or maybe we just even push the pawn.
If you push the
we
pawn
have to
and
be
the bishop
careful
goes
about
back
this. No,
to
we have to be
b6.
careful about
But that's, yeah, that is a good point.
Maybe
We're
we
not
just
the
move
only
king.
ones with a passed pawn.
Yeah, let's not forget it. We want to move the king to control this square, but then we abandon the protection of this pawn. I'm going to cheat. Okay, somehow the engines are saying we should allow this check to happen, but we don't want to trade off the blockading knight. That doesn't really feel right. So king back, bishop to e4 was the first thing I said, but that would actually allow the opposing pawn to promote.
In this spot, let's say with two boards still going, but you know that if you make a draw here, that guarantees the team win. Do you consider it, or do you think, nah, even if I mess up, the others won't?
I think with the rating difference being so big that it is, I think probably you let your ego take over a bit. Yeah.
I think, Hammer, we should go to the top clash between Hexamind and Team MGD1.
Okay,
Hexamind...
but before that, I want to say that Alireza is going to win this. He has 2 pawns pushing forward through the center of the board. Yeah, he's not up a pawn or anything like that, but these pawns look quite intimidating.
In the top match, Hexamind currently leads 2.5, 1.5 with 2 games still going. And on the top board, Arjun Erigaisi is putting on the squeeze with the black pieces.
Putting on the squeeze? It looks to me like he's getting checkmated. His king is having to move straight into the open. And look at that. Merson now with a winning position. The double question mark turns everything around.
Commentator's curse.
Well, you also didn't look at the position.
No, I looked at the eval. I mean, I can't do everything, Hammer. I identified a critical moment. I brought us here. What more do you want?
Well, I want you to say, well, one of the guys has their king in the smack dab middle of the board.
I didn't have time yet. You always, you're so on the ball that there's not enough time for me to do everything.
You don't lost on time? People are saying? There's no way.
No. Oh my God.
Wow.
Another commentator.
So it's not going to be 6-0 sweep then.
It's not going to be a sweep. I mean, tough, very, very tough day at the office for Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who has talked in recent times about his struggles of finding joy in over the board chess. And well, if Volodar Murzin wins this game, he will clinch the match for Hexamind. But also Vidit is still playing and shouldn't lose, so he doesn't even have to win. They just need 1 more point out of those 2 remaining games.
Well, so do you think Merson then goes for the draw back and forth?
Well, what's the winning move if he doesn't do that? How hard is it?
Check, fork. That seems tricky to me.
I think he'll take the draw.
At this point he should.
Just see Vidit's position.
He might take the knight though.
Another case of the ego getting the better of him.
Okay, Merson is going for the draw, but then Pranav could save it.
No, he's playing. He's playing. He found the fork.
Yeah, but it's not even a fork because the queen can escape.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the queen couldn't escape if you put the queen on a different square, but the way he did it. So it turns out check, king moves. You move the rook. Check. Check. So at some point you're going to get punished for your king being in the center. Well, also there's this, which I feel like I should have seen earlier.
Meanwhile, Alireza, as we can see on the camera there, has just won his game. So that wraps up the match for WR Chess, who now lead 4-1 with only Kostenyuk's game remaining.
And at the end of this, we're probably going to be only 2 points behind for the final day. The problem, of course, being that two of the strongest teams in front of the WR team, we don't have the ability to limit their number of points.
Mm. Oh my goodness. Hammer, in this round, the second board match between Chess and Freedom, Chess, the second seeds, lost 5-1.
Wow.
Rapport beat Mamedov on board 1, and the rest, Grishuk, Yesipenko, Ansat, Kamalidinova, and Aiton all lost. They were high rated on 4 of these 5 boards, which is pretty insane.
And that despite Anand sitting out.
Yeah.
And we did get the confirmed result. Volodar Mersin, the reigning rapid champion of the world, he did manage to defeat Arjun Erigaisi. And Arjun is having a horrible day, a horrible tournament even. He has half a point in the last 5 games.
Unbelievable. That Norway fatigue. Hammer, how are you coping?
I was struggling, Fiona. People were sitting up playing board games until 3 a.m.
Were you playing Avalon with the crew?
I like this werewolf game more than Avalon now.
I don't know werewolf.
One night werewolf something. I played with Fabi and some of the media people. But okay. Fabi was up playing every day.
I mean, Fabi almost loves it. He loves it. At Freestyle, every night he's trying to, because there is less people, I think, at Freestyle. So he literally at dinner would go around all the tables and like, hey, do you want to play tonight? Like actively recruiting people. And a couple of times I'm tired. And he's like, come on, it'll be fun. Guilt tripping people into playing games at night. Should we go back to Kostenyuk? Is she even still playing?
Oh, she is playing. And she's up a pawn.
She's up a pawn, but her king is quite cut off.
Apparently, chat approves of the werewolf game.
But what kind of game? Can you explain?
Well, it's the same as Avalon, just quicker.
Okay. I got scarred. I played Avalon. Actually, it wasn't even Avalon, or was it?
Let's just say a lot of relationships were damaged in the making of the Norway Chess Knights.
I was scarred. I had no relation. Well, a friendship suffered. I was playing with Sfera, and oh my God, the guy is just so freaking... I know he's a former poker pro and all that, but I literally lifted my card, one look at it, and he looked at me and he was like, you're bad. and I'm such a terrible liar that I just, like, there was nothing I could do. Like, literally, I just looked at my card and the game was over. Like, he saw, and there was no coming back. And he did it twice.
That seems like a skill issue.
No, but I think he is genuinely, like, I'm not the only person he's done this to. I think he's really, really fantastic at just reading people, which is a crazy skill to have. Yeah, this endgame, despite the 2 extra pawns right now, both pawns are under attack. One of them will drop right now, and the second will drop in the not too distant future. So this game will end in a draw, giving WR Chess a 1.5 win in the last round of the day. Hammer, let's see what else is still going.
Not too many games, actually. Let me move things around on my screen. We have Anastonsky defending a knight endgame down a pawn. That's going to be tricky. And this is actually reasonably similar to something Hikaru had against Fabi, right?
Yeah, it certainly looks.
Ketty is playing. Speaking of the Norway chess board
crew.
game gang. But she's in trouble.
She is in big trouble down a pawn, and I mean king g7 and pushing. Maybe it's not that easy.
Yeah, you do have the counter push. Why is this winning? I mean, probably you should move your king back here, then move your bishop back here. In situations like this, you want to have your bishop so that you both protect your own pawn and stop the opponent's pawn at the same time. So white may need to just completely change their plan and reroute the bishop, maybe? Because if you just continue further forward, you're not going to be able to both stop the black pawn and keep your pawn defended. So I don't know. How are you supposed to win this? I don't know if the engine even knows.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I'm going to say you need to move the bishop to e1. And then you go up here and do this same thing. Because now you have the bishop blocking while protecting your own pawn. And now it becomes easy.
Well spotted, Hammer. That was a nice teaching moment to conclude today's stream. All the remaining games are not really relevant to what's been happening on the top boards. Uzbekistan, still 2 of those games going, but they already have a 4-0 lead over the global Ramblers. That's on board 4. On board 3, Malcolm's mates were defeated by Germany and France, 4.5, 1.5, with wins for Vincent Keimer, for Frederick Svane, and for Bodan Lopkin. So we see on the screen, well, the match result from Hikaru's team from this round, which was good. Unfortunately, today overall wasn't a very good day. And there are the standings. Hammer, as you correctly called, WR Chess 2 points behind Team MGD and Hexamind, who share the lead with 13 points. Then in shared 3rd and 4th, Freedom and Germany and Friends. And then WR sharing 5th and 6th with Ashdod.
Yeah, it should be an exciting final day. Basically, we just need someone to take points off the teams in front. I'm hoping Team MGD1 hasn't played Freedom and Germany and Friends. I wouldn't think they have. Germany and France are quite a strong team. Anything can happen against them. So basically, we need Germany and France to beat the teams ahead of us, and then we need to beat Germany and France, and then it's all set.
We need to basically just beat everyone, because even if other teams take down MGD and Hexamind, if we drop any more points, that might not help. So 4 wins tomorrow, some other results to go our way, and we could still have a positive outcome here. So yeah, that's all for today. Thank you so much to all of you for watching. We will be back tomorrow with the 4 final rounds of this rapid team event. Same place, same time. For now, enjoy the rest of your days or nights, and we'll see you tomorrow.